When it comes to the supernatural, the super unnatural, the paranormal, and the para-abnormal, no one's believed in it quite like me. Except now. I don't know what I believe, but I do know the truth is out there, and there ain't no one better to protect mankind than Coyote Alder. Ye fucking hog.
Why, hello, hello. How we doing today, y'all? Good morning, good morning. Oh my God, Shocky. What? I love the No Man's Sky hoodie that my wife got me for Christmas. What? That is so awesome. Also, it's comfortable as fuck, so I agree with you completely. Okay, sorry. Don't mind me. I was fixing the Deathless thing on YouTube. Fixing the Deathless episode on YouTube. Also, good news from the vet this morning. I can increase the insulin for Pumpkin. They originally were like, we want another week. And basically, I was like, please, I beg. This isn't normal. If this was his standard dose for the rest of time, it would not be enough because he's screaming for food every 20 minutes. So tonight I get to increase that dosage, and it should make a huge difference, I hope. So yeah. Okay. Anyway, so here's the deal. I have to tell you what's going on a little bit. I had a scene with a Deputy Wainwright like a week ago now, which is available in the Discord, I think. I don't know if I actually linked it or if somebody else linked it, but it came out of nowhere. I hopped on. I didn't think anybody else was going to be on, like from DUM anyway, but I was like, I want to hop on anyway and fart around on Alder. And I ended up running into this deputy, and Alder and him had a long conversation. She ended up fucking telling him a huge lore drop, just because of the way Kismet and signs were, and everything added up to, to her, like, sharing that she doesn't remember anything. I can link it. I totally forgot. Yeah, that would be excellent if you can. But also, I also totally forgot to do it too. I also forgot to do something else. I'm just now realizing. Okay. What was I saying? Oh, right. Okay. So I had this conversation, and I ended up telling him that I don't remember anything before like 4 years ago. Which is crazy because I think Alder's only ever told one person so far, which would be Ray, who is now dead. Yeah, it ended up throughout that conversation, he basically was like, I would very much like to help you. And so he has begun an investigation into like, Alder, I guess, is the best way to explain. Wow, that's a busy group over there. He's begun an investigation on her. And then we had a crazy cool scene the other day, which I did stream. But that first scene with that conversation, I didn't share yet. I was going to do a Meta Monday. and share it with y'all. And then we had another scene which we did share in, I think, the last stream of Alder, or maybe the one before that. But we're going, he has an update, so we're going to go fishing, I think, according to telegrams this morning. And so when I got the telegram, I was like, well, it's an hour and a half early from when I normally stream, but also I might as well just go live then. If I'm going to be in a scene that you guys might enjoy, why not just go ahead and go live? Was my thought process. So that's what we're doing. So good morning. Happy holidays to those of you who are gone and are back now. Okay, I'm just how's the game volume now? I bumped it a little bit. That morning vocal fry. All right, to Blackwater we go. So far, audio sounds good for me? Okay, perfect. Thank you for checking. We are also going to do my favorite thing in the whole world, which is the cinematic ride.
starts taking me over, and I can't help but fall to my knees. Oh, can't you see? You won't let me be. Tears me down till I'm begging for rest. Heart so loud as it beats in my chest. Can't get down, no, we can't have the best of me.
Are you kidding me? This song is so good.
Oh, the devil's got no
Hold on me.
Oh, I try getting farther, keep my feet from the street, but the road gets harder, and I get led away, you see. Can't you see? He won't let me be. Tears me down till I'm begging for it. Heart so loud as it beats in my chest. I can't get down, no, he can't have the best of me. No, the devil's got no hold on me. Don't give up, don't give in. You're so don't
Hey, Ditoria, am I saying that right?
fall away.
Welcome in, welcome in.
Back up, you on this day. There'll be troubles all along. Don't forget to sing this song. I'll be with you, take your stand. Don't forget my
What do you play, Ditoria? Hello, hello.
Tears me down till I'm begging for it. Heart so loud as it beats in my chest. I can't get down, no, you can't have the best of me.
Lucas DeVille? Oh my god! Roxas!
No, you can't have the best.
Baby! Hi! Sorry, I didn't recognize your Twitch name, but I know you.
On me.
Okay. Can I get the vocal fry out of my morning voice? Probably not. We're just gonna have to deal with it.
You notice it's getting cold and it's getting darker. I never really heard what you said. You never took the time, but I never listened. As the sun goes down, thoughts fill my mind. Seems like our summer is through.
It is the first time you've heard it because it's the first time I've played it for Alder because I was worried it would spoil you guys too soon. Yeah, I made it myself, Jabba, so I'll post it later, okay? I made that. I don't know if I have the version without the them speaking, though. This game is so beautiful. I probably should have rode faster than this, but... Okay, we can now, I think. Ooh. I think I'm awake. And by I'm awake, I've been up since 7:30. I mean, my voice is now awake because I'm speaking. I'm using it. Other than to speak to my cat. But while we're at it, please everyone go follow Roxas, please. If we could get a caster command, that would be awesome. But it's earlier than I normally stream, so I might not have any mods here yet this morning. So the clock ticking, Jabba? The clock ticking, at least in Title Blades, is a thing by itself, and I layer it onto other songs. But if you can send me a timestamp, it's actually, I don't even know if you need a timestamp. I would encourage you to go look at Zentir's Ko-fi or Coffee. He has the OST for Title Blades up there, and he's the one who did the clocks in it, and also did a song with the clocks in it. So either way, you'll probably find the one you're looking for there. All right. So while this is such a... Oh, perfect. Well, howdy.
First,
How are you? Good morning, good morning.
yes. Morning. Yeah, well, and yourself?
Yeah, I'm all right. Excited for fishing. Is this where
Yeah.
you normally fish? Is around here?
Yeah, right here. Like, right here. There's a puddle just
Oh,
behind
right
that
here.
fence. It's
Oh,
full
okay.
of... Yeah, no, this isn't. It's just the better place. There's a good fishing tackle shop. The fishmonger's got a good price though, and Jeela's just up the way. It's a good town to be by for a fisherman.
All right. Do
Have you
need
got
to-
your own
I do.
stuff? Or...
I do.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. I bought you one just in case. I thought
that's
you might
kind.
need it as a gift, but I didn't want to take the presumption.
No, I do have one. Appreciate it, though. All right, lead the way. You don't need anything like coffee or anything before we go?
No,
All
no, I wouldn't touch that stuff anyway, even if, it's bitter and vile and so American, I can't stand
Oh,
it.
right. You're a tea man, I imagine.
There we go. Yeah.
I remember I offered you tea and
Make
you
it-
took it in the office. You were
Yeah.
very surprised that we had some.
Yeah, I was. I
Yeah.
was very pleased, actually. We'll make a detective out of you yet. It's almost like you run an organization for these sort of things.
Yeah, well, we're lucky, right? We got that general store right there in Saint Denis that has tea imports. So it's actually nice tea. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's not half bad. I mean, I suppose I'm used to what we had at home, but I've been here long enough now. I couldn't give a shit. I'll
Oh.
drink what I get.
I just realized I can be extremely honest with you. The first time I tried sweet tea, I mean, first time now that I tried sweet tea, which is, I guess, what people expect me to like, I nearly spat it out in my own lap. I was like, "Oh, this is very sweet."
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know if
did
that's
actually
a-
hear about this. Apparently you guys, you like your tea cold. as well.
Yeah,
and
it's like
full of
cold
sugar.
and ice and full of sugar. Yeah, and the first time I tried that, I had asked for a tea, and then I had that and nearly spat it out. So, which is weird to me because I like pie, so I like sweets. But yeah,
I was going to
just
say, are you more of a sweet or savoury person?
definitely sweet. I think. I think.
Well, if I offered you a chocolate bar or roast potatoes, I don't know. It's a very weird combination. but
Chocolate
that's
bar,
sweet,
I
so-
think. Yeah,
Yeah,
especially
well,
if it
there
was
you go.
dark chocolate.
Oh, well, that's awfully bitter. Funny enough.
Yeah, well, I guess that's why I like coffee as well
Yeah.
over
no,
the sweet tea. Yeah.
Okay. well,
I
that
just think
makes
it's weird
sense.
because everyone, it's one of those things where, people say like, oh, well, would you like some tea?
Sorry.
And you're Southern, so you'll like this tea, and they give you the sweet tea. But I don't know if that's a Texas thing so much as it is a Southern thing. And I don't know.
Well, I suppose. I mean,
It's just a lot
the
of
problem is
sugar.
everything that you tell me about these sort of things, I'm going to try and pick up as a part of working, our investigation out. But part of me also wonders if it is just the fact that not because not everyone in England likes tea either.
I know, right?
It's obviously,
Yeah.
and people go crazy for crumpets. I could leave them,
Yeah.
like they're not. I mean, they're all right, but you could easily fuck them up. So I suppose it really depends.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's half the battle, right? Is all this kind of like
Certainly.
information that you get that's generalized, and then you have to go, well, I'm still an individual, or at least, I am
Yeah.
obviously, but also I was before, so it's like, yeah.
Yeah, it's like
Mm-hmm.
you're American, but you have a sense of humour, so you're obviously quite individualistic. there's like a whole thing there that you're your own person. Certainly.
Oh, boy. Ouch. That hurt. It hurt.
You know why it hurts?
Because it's
'Cause
true.
the truth does. Yeah, the truth does.
That's what I'm afraid of. No.
Well, you're not though.
No,
Not
I'm not.
anymore.
No, I'm
you
not.
may have been, but
No, I don't know if I ever have been. I mean, well, okay, that's not true. That's not fair at all. I have been, but I will seek
Go
it out
left, yeah.
anyway. Oh, okay. Thank you for the heads up before
That's all right.
turning.
I
I
just-
appreciate
yeah.
that so much.
I mean, part of me wants to go, the full Norman and left here, right, and we do it, but I just also don't want to knock you off your horse.
No, I appreciate it. I have oh God. I have
No,
a
that was
tendency to just
that was
kind
just
of
a
like
man.
be present in the conversation, not really pay attention to where I'm going, and so I'm relying on other people to be like, "Yep, go left
Yeah,
here."
but then
or-
you're also so independent that I bet you refuse to ride on other people's horses.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. So yeah, the mid
Yeah.
balance.
How did you know that? God damn it,
What?
detective.
It's my job.
I
Well, I'm
know.
not actually a detective, believe it or not.
Wait, what? Really?
Yep, not a detective. I fucking hate it, and I
Oh.
get asked daily. Go left here.
Okay.
They always. I get called detective by criminals.
Look at
I get
that
people say,
moose.
"You're a detective, aren't you?" That's why I like Ovangela. You got the moose, you've got the
Yeah.
beavers. There's sometimes a black bear, and they're a little bit frightening, but they're.
Oh, they're cute.
Yeah, exactly. It's a beautiful place.
Yeah,
It's got
I'd
lovely
say.
bit to fish.
Look at that. Look at him. We gotta careful.
Get
They're
away.
territorial as all hell. So let me just watch them for a second. Well, don't
There
worry.
is
We'll make a
another
detective
place
out
that
of you yet.
Wait, what? What did you say?
I said, don't worry. We'll make a detective out of you yet.
I don't want to be.
I
No,
know,
I've been
I'm
asked several times. I've got all the qualifications as well, because that's how it works in the department. You've
Mm-hmm.
got these little certifications that you have to get to make you, if you want a specified role like that.
Uh-huh.
And the detectives are always asking me, and I keep telling them no. It's not. I don't. I like people. I don't want to walk into a crime scene and try and work out why the wood splintered from a gunshot. I
Okay,
don't care.
Danny, you do that anyway. You do that
no, this is
anyway.
what I'm saying. Yeah, well, that's my point. It's, I don't need to be called a detective for doing that, but I like reading people. That's my
But
thing.
that's-
I prefer
I feel like detectives do that, don't they? Or maybe I just have a misunderstanding of how the department handles
Maybe I do,
detective work.
because everyone all my life has been
Yeah.
telling me that I should be one, and I keep saying no, and maybe I just don't know what a detective is. But personally, I've found that detectives are always sat in front doing paperwork and are busy plotting cases and all the rest of it, and I don't care for that. That's not what I want to be doing, you know? I need to speak to people. I need to work people out. I need to understand why some people are the way they are and what they're doing and all the rest of it. Can't do that behind a clipboard. I was
ready?
going to
Oh, yeah.
I was going to suggest we fish here, but it's pissing
Yeah.
down. Do you want to
Well,
go
I mean,
down
there's
over to that
a
shack?
thing
Yeah,
over there, yeah, with cover. All
we'll
right.
go over there. It's not normally as good for the fish, but I'd
Well,
much
that
rather
moose
be
is
warm and
checking us
dry.
out.
I think he's drinking.
Yeah. I mean, but I just mean he took note that we were there. All right, I'll go first.
How?
What do you mean? He lifted his head up,
Oh,
looked at
Thought
us
you
with
meant
his
like with
big
a
eye.
pen.
That'd be something. Moose just taking notes.
it could have been two people in a moose costume.
Could have been.
I've just found out the best undercover job for the for the department ever.
A moose.
Yeah,
In disguise.
I'm gonna
Is that a
stake out.
beaver?
Yeah, there's loads of them
That's a
around here.
beaver. That's adorable.
There's quite a few around here.
I'm gonna die.
Well, I'd rather you not. Wouldn't look very good for my career in the long run. Oh shit, sorry, I walked right in front of you then.
Oh, look at it. The butt wiggle. All right. All right.
No, don't apologise. This is exactly what I wanted from this trip. You're absolutely fine. Just enjoy yourself.
Oh, no, Puka. I'm so sorry.
What? No, you're fine.
Okay.
Did you say Puka?
Yeah. That's the name of my horse.
What's Puka?
Puka the Appaloosa. That's
Puka? Is it just because it rhymes?
no, that was her name when I went to purchase her.
Oh, right.
She rescued me, and then I went to the stable and asked if she was registered, and apparently somebody had, dropped her off like a year or two prior, and I waited 6 months, and then they let me take her.
How long have you had Puka for?
That'd be about 3 years now. 2.5.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
Take note. I've had Horatio since I came to the crossing. He was the horse that helped me cure my phobia of horses. I don't know if we
That's
spoke
right.
about
Yeah,
that.
yeah. You told me a little bit about that.
Right, yeah. After Sir Lord Nelson, Horatio, the bloke that defeated Napoleon.
Did you name the horse yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I've got two horses. The other one's Wellington, after the Archduke Wellington. You know,
I like how you clarified, just because we have talked about Shakespeare. So I appreciate that you were like, it's for this one and not maybe this one. Horatio. I mean,
Oh shit! Yeah, no, I forgot.
yeah.
I didn't even
It's
think
all right.
of the car. Oh Christ! Yeah, I
like,
suppose
that's
for
the name
intellectuals,
for
I need to.
horse.
Yeah. Wow.
What? You can't call me
Yeah.
an intellectual. You can't call me that.
Why not?
I don't know, but I appreciate it.
I deal with moonshiners.
Okay, all right, that's fair.
Like,
That's fair.
you gotta realize my caliber of people here. That's what I'm arresting everyone every day. I see the worst of humanity, and they're all related. It's very difficult to find an in-depth conversation with any one of them.
Yeah, I can relate to that. I think
At
some of
least
that's
the weather's cleared up.
my own doing. I think.
How do you mean?
I think I just I focus on work, and I'm usually talking about work, and I don't really make time for talking about other things. I guess so. Who knows? Maybe there are amazing, stimulating, intellectual conversations I could be having, but I'm not because I don't open that door, I guess. At least that's what I've realized, I think, in the last few days since
I think
talking to you last.
I think I'm in the same boat. I mean, I don't think I have them if they're not case related, sadly. I think that upsets me. I think if I'm always having a conversation where I'm debating philosophy of some degree, or I'm speaking about anything that's a bit more interesting than how's the weather been or what you had for dinner last night, something to actually give a shit about. I
Yeah.
think it ends up being with somebody behind bars or talking someone off a ledge or, somebody that sees the world wrong because somebody hurt them once before. I think that I deal with that too much as well. So it's nice. It's very refreshing for me. I won't deny to have an investigation that isn't just, crap or, horrifically negative in every aspect of it. I think there is some positives here that we can find, and there's something in that I find quite beautiful, at least. Who knows? I say that now. We could find out you're a mass murderer. Who knows?
Oh, great.
I might
I appreciate that. I appreciate that so much.
I'm just saying I'm open to,
You're open
whatever
to the idea that I might be a mass murderer?
What if
Yeah,
I
no,
wasn't?
I know.
I'd be a bad investigator.
I know.
Have to be
I am also,
unbiased.
I got to be honest, I'm also open to it, which is probably why I've never looked. I've been like, well, I could find anything, and I don't, yeah.
It troubles me. It was
Yeah.
all fun and games when I was taking the pic. That was
Yeah.
the exact definition of it's all shits and giggles till somebody giggles and shits.
Yeah.
When I'm standing here saying, oh, you could be a mass murderer, and then you're like, no, for sure. That's not the answer I was hoping for.
Well, but I mean, that I think that's why we get on so well, because, we're both,
Mass murderers.
Yeah, no,
that
I
sounds
think-
great. Yeah, lovely.
because we're willing to look, I think, where others aren't, right? Even if it's scary, even if it's painful, we care about the truth rather than, we wait until we have the evidence before we make the determination.
I think the best way to explain that is the truth and facts are very different. Someone's truth and the actual facts at hand may be two different things. Two people that had a gunfight for whatever reasons, they've both got their own truths that is solidified in their minds when they're playing out those things. But the facts of the scenario could be entirely different from that truth,
Yeah, I think, that's a bit on the semantic side for me, because I feel like that's perspective versus truth, but I understand what you mean. It's the
Yeah.
same idea. Yep.
Sorry, I'm not to be crude, but I'm gonna just have I got bugger, hang on. Just gonna get my rod out, sorry.
No, that's okay. I literally thought you were about to fucking pee in the lake, Danny, because you said not to be crude, and then you turned away from me, so I was like,
get my
okay.
rod out. Is that just a joke in England? Is that not? 'Cause
No,
I've had that
it's
joke. Right. Okay.
no, it's a joke, but it's just the way that you said not to be crude, and then you turned away, and I was like, okay, what's the most crude thing that I can think of right now in this moment? And it's you.
And it was me
pissing in the
urinating.
lake.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, there's
sorry.
a lot cruder things than that. That's
Yeah,
just
well, but I mean, I have to take into account what I think you might actually do.
do I come across as the sort of man that will just piss into the lake?
No, it would have surprised me. It would have absolutely surprised me. But it's also
Maybe I should
one
have
of
done
the-
it then, just to stop you from
Maybe-
getting to
maybe it's one of the only
Gotta
things
keep
I
you
feel like
guessing.
you would have apologized for. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, like
Oh, okay, right. That's a different way of looking at it, I suppose.
oh, good lord.
There's one rule that I would have when it comes to the whole fishing aspect, and that is that if you hook into a fish and you've caught a fish, once you do, you have to yell "fish on!" So, fish on, like that. See, just like that.
Okay.
Because it's just.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. It's a tradition. You've got to yell "fish on," and then everyone knows that you've got it on, and there you go. You know
yeah, but
what I
then
mean?
what if you don't manage to reel it in?
Then you
And then
you
you
scream
embarrass
some
yourself.
such profanities,
Yeah,
and then
right, okay.
then that's fine. But you've got to say "fish on," otherwise it don't count.
All right.
See,
Well, see,
bluegill. I mean, that doesn't really count. Bluegills are,
I like
who the fuck eats blue?
bluegills.
Yeah, but who eats them? You know what I mean? Like, perch are my favorite fish, without a shadow of a doubt. Perch are beautiful.
I like haddock.
Haddock.
Yep.
I don't think you get them out of here. I'm also
No,
meant to
no, no,
sort
no.
them.
I think those are an ocean fish, right?
Yes, no, they are.
Well,
Do you know how to fish?
yeah, I do actually.
Oh.
But I
I wouldn't
learned.
believe that after that.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, did you say you wouldn't believe that? I know it was a piss poor cast, but is that why you said that? Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
I almost commented on it. I almost went, well, that was piss poor, but and then I was like,
heard
oh,
the
he
little
won't
noise
care.
that you made in acknowledgement of how piss poor it was, but I was more surprised that you think I'd let you get away with it without a comment. You know what I mean?
Oh God.
You know what we call that? That was a duck fart. of a
Okay.
cast.
All right. All
Where-
right. Well, you
where-
know what? I'll still get a fish.
No, you probably will, but it was a duck fart of a cast where it hits the water at such a speed and angle that it sounds like a duck farting.
I'm afraid I don't know what that sounds like. I'm not.
Yeah, next time you've got stones and you're near a body of water, throw the stone directly up into the air so that it lands vertically down at a fair pace, and that's a duck fart. And then you'll think of me, Danny the duck fart.
Okay. Oh God. Imagine. I'm just with my fellow investigators and I throw a rock. Just thinking of Danny. What?
I love that most of them will probably go, "Who the fuck is Danny?"
Well, I think
I met Abe.
yeah,
I don't
you
know
met
any of
Abe.
the others.
Yeah. Well, hopefully one day you meet Jim.
I
Hopefully.
look forward to. Yeah. Hi, Faith.
So does Abe.
What? Wait.
Well, I mean that he'll come back.
Yeah, but you said that you hadn't told Abe last time I saw you.
No, I haven't told Abe. But I mean,
So what-
Abe's not
what-
oblivious to the fact that Jim is gone.
Oh.
You know?
Oh, right. Sorry. No, I got
he is an investigator, but also, I mean, I think he can tell when the desk across him
I
is
got
empty.
the names confused
It's all
and
right.
mixed around.
It's all right. It's all right.
Right. Yeah, no, you didn't tell him about the one prior. It's Jim is the one that was... I sat in his chair, Mr. Salami himself.
Yeah. And I mean, he knows he's gone,
Right.
but, you know, yeah.
Well, on that note, I did have some form of possibility as a route for you, though it would I would have to ask some questions about you, which is why I didn't care to do it without speaking to you prior. I may or may not know of an individual that was a part of the Texas Rangers.
Okay.
This individual was a part of the Texas Rangers, and I cannot for the life of me remember the location directly where they said that they worked, but I did, upon receiving a telegram from the OSS and some various other investigatory work that I've done, been inquired that potentially the Texas Rangers are a good place to go to for the sake that they are an organization that keeps, sort of count of their members, as their members are quite a low count organization. They're very individualistic from what I've heard there, or some such bollocks. I'm not too sure. I'm still investigating, obviously. I'm working on it.
Yeah.
So from what I've heard, that could be a good path, but it would inquire me speaking to the individual, and then obviously there's only so much information one can omit. So
Okay.
it's an option. I just wanted to present the option to you. I don't believe it's necessary. I just wanted you to be aware that if we reach all sort of dead ends, it's a last chance card,
Okay. I'd like to...
Avoid it, obviously.
No, I was going to say I just want to make sure I have a chance to talk to my team before you do that.
What, you would like to tell your team about what's going on?
Yeah, because you're going to talk to somebody you know, but it's going to require you to basically disclose me as an individual, right? That's what
Yes.
Yeah. Well, then I just don't want them hearing about it from anybody else. Not that I assume that.
Well, that
your
person is also
would.
a lawman and then swore to secrecy.
I understand that, but I understand that, but it's the right thing to do, I guess.
Yes, certainly. I completely agree with that, and I do think it's a good idea for you to speak to at least Abe, because he seems close, and you two seem connected from what I've read. I'm not sure or wish to pry, but I do believe that you'd care for his opinion, and that it's probably a good idea that you speak to him. What made you... have you changed your mind? Have you thought about it since we spoke? Where have you sort of been at since we've last spoke?
Yeah, I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. I almost told him the other day, but I don't know. I don't know if I panicked at the last second or if like the timing just didn't feel right, but yeah, I don't know. I will
It's quite
say
all
though
right.
that after our conversation, I realized I don't know my team outside of work, because I don't want anyone asking me questions like, did you fall out of a tree when you were 10? Like I don't have answers for that, and it's uncomfortable for me. So I guess without realizing it, out of respect for the fact that I don't want to answer those questions, I don't ask those questions myself. And, but just, I just realized I don't know my team outside of work. And
If you want the honest truth, not many people do. I can tell you all sorts of stories, from the Ranger Corps, the medics, to transit, to law. They all work with one another every day, and they think that's enough to get to really know them. I could count on one hand how many times people asked about where I came from and what happened. I don't think that it's uncommon. For you, this situation is very specific. You've obviously, you don't have answers to certain questions, so you don't give the chance a question to come up. That I can totally understand. It makes a lot of sense, but I wouldn't beat yourself up over it or feel like you have failed or something like that just because you don't know this information about them, because quite frankly they could have also asked you.
No, I
they
know,
don't.
but the difference is the position of power, right? Because I'm chief,
Of course.
so they're following my lead, and if I ain't asking, then they probably feel like they can't ask, and I'm not beating myself up about it. I don't feel like I failed them, but what
Okay,
has
good.
happened is I realized this, and I also realized in tandem I don't like that is the way that things are. So it's like, once you recognize something, now you got to do something about it, right? Or stop bitching.
Yeah, shit, or get off the
Right?
pot.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I know what you're saying.
So it's like the realization that, maybe that is something that they would like, but they've, again, been following my lead. And if I'm not asking them these questions, they don't feel like they can ask me. And so, I'm going to try to start asking. I had the most uncomfortable, awkward conversation with Abe when I tried. I was fumbling around asking him all sorts of questions, and
Well, some people would find this incredibly condescending, and I really hope that you don't. And I mean this with all form of sincerity and kindness tonight, that I say it with the intention of saying it, that I am proud of you for taking those steps forward. It is a very
thank you.
big deal to even think about those sort of things. It's something that you shouldn't look at lightly or intrepidly with a concern of the conversation at hand. We've discussed your concerns and we've validated your feelings on that. And
what am I supposed to say? I got one. What am I saying?
Fish on.
Fish on.
There
Sorry.
you go. Well done.
I'm so
No,
sorry to interrupt your
perfect.
very important statement there with a fish
That's
on, but
why we
I
do
was
it,
so
because the
excited.
conversations get too heavy, and then you get to bring it back to reality. It's a lovely way of doing it. It's
Yeah.
exactly why it happens.
It's a fucking bluegill, ain't it?
No,
Oh,
it's a
it's a
perch.
perch.
It's a lovely
Oh,
perch.
look at that.
Gorgeous fish. No, that's it. Perfect. See, now you understand why it's a tradition. It felt good, right?
Yeah,
You've got one.
it did
you
feel
know,
pretty good. Yeah, it felt pretty good.
No, I am proud of you because we've spoke about your intrepidations. We've spoke about the anxieties that come along with it, the fear of what they may fit. We've done all that. We've discussed it, and I'm more than ready to discuss it whenever you need me to. If you need to rehash anything, the validations are right here. I'm more than happy to give them to you. But the point stands is that now you're at a stage where you're thinking about doing it. The foot's being put forward. You're saying, I want to have this conversation. I'm going to have this conversation. I've got all of these moral supports, these ethical sets of opinions and values that I believe this conversation is made necessary for. And now it's about the strength that comes along with you. The strength that I've seen you admit by having the strength to admit any of this to me in the first place, to ask for the investigation. You've got to take that strength and put the foot forward and say, bollocks. Now I'm really going to show, I'm going to put a foot forward and see what I can do. I'm going to make the life the one that I want. I want to grow closer with my colleagues. I'm doing it for all the right reasons. And I'm proud of the fact that I'm ready and willing to bring my own shit to the surface to try and learn more about their shit to become closer to them, because you care for them and they care for you. It's a very important thing to do, and it takes a lot of strength, and you've got to focus now more on that strength than the fear that comes along with it.
Well, I think it's also just understanding that fear is just going to be an intrinsic part of the process, right? Like, I had to fucking change my shirt after I was trying to have that conversation with Abe. I sweat right through that sucker.
Oh, it's right.
Yeah, like I was just, it was.
Why did you spill water? I did.
No, no. But yeah, I just, it's you can't run up a mountain on your first day, right? So it's like recognizing that there's going to be a lot of discomfort. There's going to be a lot of fear. There's going to be a lot of sweating and changed shirts until my muscles are used to it. My emotional muscles,
We'll just have to take you shirt shopping.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you laugh, but, whatever needs to be done. That's just the way that it is. Whatever we need to do to get through these things, and whatever makes us feel comfortable, and whatever becomes necessary. They become necessary, and we'll do them. It really matters not. I didn't stand in front of that shithole of a shack at Shady and say to you, I want to help for a shit and a giggle, as I said, I'm doing it because I can generally tell that this will change a lot for you, and that it's a part of you that's been missing for so long that it's about time somebody helped out putting it back. I mean, it's going to take most of your own work, I'll be honest. I'll do very little. It will all be you and what you can tell me. But majoritively, it's about time you got some progress made, right?
Yeah. Yep. About time. That's a weird phrase.
You're right.
Am I all right? Is that what you just asked me? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just lost in thought, I guess, a little bit, or contemplative.
Well, think out loud. I'm listening.
I was just thinking about a few conversations Abe and I had. One in particular by the swamp a couple weeks ago. He asked me why I do what I do, and I opened my mouth to tell him, and obviously nothing came out. And I think he has this very special skill. I don't even know if he realizes he has it, but it's like he can sense the discomfort And so he immediately goes to ease it, instead of just letting me be uncomfortable for a second and then letting me speak, which has been great for us so far because it means I don't have, it's perfect for an avoidant individual like myself. You know, he'll ask me a question. I'm trying to get up the courage or whatever to spit out the thing, and he'll feel the silence and maybe make an assumption or say it's because of this or that, or, you know, is it that? And then I just, you know, it's easier for an avoidant individual like myself to just go, yeah, and then let the conversation continue, then go, wait, hold on, back up. I actually had an answer for you there. But the thing that I wanted to say when he asked me that is I want someone to solve mine. Why do I go and I solve all these cases? Is because I'm hoping somebody will do that for me. That's before I met you. Like maybe 5 days before we ran into each other. And I just find that interesting that in 4 years, maybe coming up on 4.5 now, that was the first time that kind of like came up. That was the first time somebody's really asked me that with the intention of hearing what I had to say, I think. You know, there's like, why do you do what you do? And then there's, why do you do what you do? I feel like they're two very different questions, using the same words.
Well, it was
Weird kismet, I guess. Weird kismet that he brought that to the surface. Because I don't know what I would have said to you, Danny, had you offered to help me, had that not been kind of up there in the surface of things. If he hadn't brought that up like 3 days prior. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, it's just kismet. You know, I've had my own thoughts on the word for a long time now. Since, well, I say a long time. It's felt like eons because I haven't stopped thinking about it, but it's only since we met. There's a lot more kismet to our relation than you realise, I think. I think there's a lot more at play here that I never understood, and that I'm just as invested as you are. And the thing is, I was scared to speak to you about it, not because of who it makes me look like or whatever. We've touched bases on it. It's not because it's not public either, because everyone knows. I suppose it's because I want you to understand that I'm not investigating or helping you do the things that I'm doing for this reason. And that this reason is entirely happenstance, and if it never happened, that I would still be desiring to help you. It's just part of who I am. I just wanted to see to it that you were, well, you got the justice you deserved after all this. Even if the cruelty is by your own memory loss, it's still a justice you deserve.
I did notice that you, after we first met, the first concern you had, and I'm sorry, they can't take the investigator out of the investigator. I did notice the first thing in your telegram that you sent after we met was kind of telling me, like, please come to me if you hear things. And I wanted to ask you about that. I just didn't feel like the time was right. So you've brought it up now. What is it that you're afraid I'll misunderstand about your intention?
It's weird being the one on the other side of the table suddenly. Normally I'm the one asking the questions, doing the investigating, bringing up faux comments from a telegram months prior. You know, it's very off-putting to have somebody that's also investigating me back.
Don't worry,
in the
we'll
nicest way.
We'll go shirt shopping.
I I did an investigation. I've already told you the investigation. You're aware of it. The woman that lost her memory. See, the thing is, at the time, she didn't know she had lost her memory. She was a crazed individual, psychopathic in nature, took pleasure in the weirdest of things, and we never really understood why. And everyone just said, she's long for Sissika. Put her away, bang her up. It's resolved. Nobody gave a shit. Not in the department. Everyone was sick of her stories. Every time she started to grab at her own hair and scream in the cells, everyone was sick of listening to her do heinous things and then play victimhood afterwards. And it was hypocritical. She did do cruel things to people. My face, the way that my cheek's missing. She chained me up once after a kidnapping. I'd called her out on everything that she had done. She only kidnapped me because I'd arrested her once before for a simple robbery. It was a silly old story, but it got twisted very quickly. She fed me to a bear. And it's dark. It's so horrific, and people look at the face, and we've spoke about this, but it doesn't resound in me that it happened. I remember waking up in the Strawberry Sheriff's Office and then being pumped full of all sorts. I think they gave me an Australian man's blood to keep me going. I had lost so much. And then suddenly I woke up in the Strawberry Welcome Centre, and they've got a great big fucking bear statue in there. And that's all I can remember, is that they took the man that nearly died from a bear attack and put him in the building with a great big fucking bloody bear statue. And I laughed. I wasn't even afraid. When it happened, I thought it was over. Regardless. That's not the point. That side of it doesn't matter. The part that matters is she went to Sissika for what she did to me. She was arrested after time. She spent thousands of days in there. I went there monthly to speak to her. I brought her food because she was underfed because of how that place can be. She was writing a book of her traumas that she was witnessing whilst in there, and I was trying to work out what was wrong with her. I found out that she had killed her sister when she was 0 but 8 years old. Smothered her with a pillow. What sort of kid smothers their sister with a pillow? Something like that. I'm not sure what the story was, but she killed somebody, and she said she was very young when it happened.
Jesus, Lord, have mercy. Good God.
Awful.
That's heavy.
Awful stuff.
Yeah.
But
but what drives an 8-year-old to smother their sister?
Well,
right?
I don't know if they were 8. This was the thing. I think their last memory was when they were 8, and then for a while it went blank, and then she woke back up. Very similarly to some people that they had a memory from before, and then they have no longer a memory, and then it carried on. So she just didn't know that. She didn't know where the memory went. She went, it was just fuzzy. It was just a time that she couldn't quite get over. And I did my own investigations into reports from all them years ago and found that out, because she used to say, my father disowned me, my mother never loved me, and I could never understood why. I don't remember what happened. And I did my own investigations and found that there is a condition where something's so horribly wrong, just like your friend Ray. When somebody does something on accident, or they regret, or if they've got truly a nature's heart of a kindness, that if they are so kind at one point and they do something so grievous that they just forget. They forget, their whole memory from that time disappears. They wake up at another point in their life completely unaware of what happened. And I took so much care of her. She came out, she met a man, they got engaged. She started making guns. She lived a better life. She was reformed. I used to speak her name like gospel. I reformed her. Runa Manette, she was the one. She was the one that everyone gave up on, but not me. It's not who I am. I don't give up. I don't pull the trigger. I see to it that she was taken care of. And I did. And she was, and by her own feet and her own desire to do better alongside all of the care and the therapy and whatnot, she did do better, and she apologized to many that she hurt. She restored so much wealth that she had taken. She'd gave it all away, wrote a book, started making guns, lived a better life. Time goes on, I don't think of her. Not anymore. I let her go. She does whatever she does. And, I get a telegram from a medic saying she wants you in a therapy session. She was always scared of me. My relationship with her was that I cared for her greatly, but she was terrified of me. She saw my face in her nightmares for what she did to me. She was horrified by what she did to me. When I was angry, I used to use it against her. It wasn't nice. But we did what we did to see to it that she was better, and she was. The day comes round for the therapy, and I open up the clipboard to make sure she's not wanted, because she hasn't been for months at that point. And she was. She'd done 2 or 3 bank jobs with her friends that had goaded her into it. She didn't even carry a weapon at the time, I was told. I didn't know. I just know she did the bank jobs. I know she was there. I don't think it matters if she carried a weapon or not. She did them. I arrested her, and during the transport trip I told her, if you leave the wagon, it's protocol. Any hand or foot that leaves the wagon, you will be shot in an escape attempt. It's the way things go. She knew that.
Oh, Danny.
And it was just me. It was just me. And there was no one else at that department that day. There was nobody else around. They were miles away, and I was in Strawberry, and I took her on the transport wagon, and she wouldn't get on, and I begged her to get on, and I told her not to make me do it, and she ran, and I chased her, and I chased her, and I chased her, and I had to pull the trigger, and I did, and I got her straight through the throat, and she gargled on her own blood, screaming for her mother. I took her back to the medics, and the whole time I'm carrying her, and I'm wondering, is she gonna make it? Or should I stop the pain? And I never knew if I made the right choice, but I took her to the medics. They patched her up. She didn't make it. They investigated me for murder. The medic department's fucking squabbled for months over it. Medics even left the department saying that they can't be a part of it because Wainwright's a murderer, or because they saw my face and thought I did it out of anger. The department investigated me for it, didn't even tell me, but I knew. I heard about the paperwork that was being sent around. And I cared so much for that woman. And then a few days later, well, months go on, much more happens to me. Many months go on. That was a very long time ago now. And I not hear a word about her. So much happened. Gangs in the crossing. We're in upheaval at the woman that died. The lawman that killed a woman in cuffs as she ran away. It was everywhere. I was robbed, beaten, kidnapped several times over, and that was before I even got involved in the church. I take some time off in the mountains. I come back. I've not thought about her for months. Somebody comes up to me and says, "Danny, did you ever read this book?" And hands me the book she wrote while she was in Sisika about her stories there. And then I go to the telegram station and I meet a woman that tells me that she needs help because she's lost her memory.
No.
I won't fail twice.
I think and I don't know how I know this, but it's come up before, and it's a thought that I had that I find a little troubling, that it rose so quickly without any memory. But I think it's not the act that stays with you. It's not the blood or the violence or even the sound. It's the moment before. It's the weight of the choice. That's the part that you carry, and I don't know if she did what she did to hurt you, or if she did what she did to end the pain. And I didn't know her, so I can't speak for her. I can offer no absolution. But when you say I don't know if I should keep trying or if I should end her suffering, she ended her suffering by running from that wagon. That's what she wanted, and that's what you did. And I don't know if there's any consolation to that. You told her and she made her choice. It's, at the same time, it's shitty to say that. Because what is her choice? Run, try to live, or to go back to that place where she was underfed and traumatized, and she wrote a book about it. I can't say I wouldn't make the same choice if in her position. You know, I think it's easy for us to say, well, I warned you and you did it anyway, so I had to do what I had to do. But we're very honest with each other, so I'm going to say you still had a choice. You didn't have to do what you did. You could have not. Just as much as she could have stayed in the wagon. But to her, her truth in that moment was go back to hell or try. And maybe this is completely wrong, but I think you should be proud that she wanted to try. Even if it put you in a terrible position. I don't think you can look at her running as a failure. At least not entirely. Everything's too complex for that. She didn't carry a weapon. You say it doesn't matter, and yet you said it. You chose to include it. Then I think it does matter. I would argue it matters. Because you are trying to solve if any of the love or the work that you did made a difference. And if she wasn't carrying a weapon, it does imply that you did make a difference. That maybe she was coerced into doing it. You know, it's really, really hard to break habits. And I know you know that. And I know she knew that because she was trying to do it. She robbed those banks, but she didn't carry a weapon because maybe she didn't want to do anything like what she'd already done before. And for that, you can be proud, because I sure shit, it would have been much easier for her to carry a gun. It would have been so easy. I'm sure she was offered multiple times, and she had the strength to decline. So she slipped up and robbed a bank. I'm not a lawman. I can say that. I can look at that and go, yep, that was wrong. But I think personally that was a step in the right direction that she was making. And I don't know her intention either. It could be that she just wanted to rob banks. It could be that she didn't change at all. It could be any one of these things. Only you really kind of know her in the way that you did. Maybe she lied to you. Maybe she pulled one over on you. Maybe she was, maybe it's Macbeth. I don't know. But I think somewhere down in there you do know the truth. Nothing, I think, will ever change the fact that you will carry her or the weight of that moment with you. But I would encourage you to consider the truth of the matter, the facts of the matter.
I appreciate that. Sorry, it's completely unlike me, but I'm actually going to need some time. I hope you don't mind.
No, I don't mind.
I shall have to catch up with you in the future. I believe that I may even rest here for a moment. My apologies.
You're fine.
It was lovely seeing you.
Yeah, you too.
I appreciate it.
Sorry if I overstepped.
No, you didn't. No, nothing that was said here was wrong at all, and I do very much so appreciate the conversation. We will pick it back up, I assure you. There is much more for me to say, but I need some time.
All right. Rest well. Yo, that was so good. What the fuck? I had actual goosebumps when he said when he did the reveal about like, and then I ran into you. Like I was getting the book and then I ran into you. That's some kismet on a haunting level. Jesus Christ. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, no worries. I could tell in the sound of your voice. I'm so sorry. I hope everything's okay. Go, go, go. Don't even worry about it. God damn, dude. That was a crazy scene. I hope everything is okay. Take care. Go follow that man in the meantime in absolute force. Yeah. I could write a dissertation on that monologue pacing. Jesus Christ, that was good. Jesus Christ, that was good. Although I do wonder how I feel. I definitely think I feel like I overstepped 100%. Okay, we're gonna check some telegrams here. There. what's an interesting dynamic now in my eyes, he's got a bit of a sort of, what's the word, a need for this for his own past. So the both of you having these feelings and experiences like this is heavy. It's crazy because of the kismet of the situation, right? So to me, there's a crazy narrative kismet, obviously. But there's also the kismet of this happening to us. There's the kismet of this happening to us as players as well, right? So obviously from an in-character perspective, we have the knowledge of both Alder's past and his past. There's an owl, but I'm not Delilah. There's the crazy kismet of having the knowledge of both of their pasts and what they believe in. On the surface, it looks so incredibly easy for Alder to say like, oh, wow, this, I follow kismet and this is what's happening. And I'm gonna, I'm gonna follow this thread basically, which is kind of what happened. It sucked and it was intense, but she was like, okay, you better not be circling around to fuck me up, buddy. I swear to God, I am not in the mood. Actually, that would be so interesting to do to her right now. Yo. I take it back. Come at me. Let's go. It'd be very interesting. I think she feels really badly right now, which is why I'm like, oh. I was like, oh no, don't come over here because I feel like that would be rough for her, but that's where you get the good story, the juicy bits, right? Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so it, it looks super easy. But imagine now going back to that scene, which I haven't showed yet, which I might do actually right now. Like we might find a place to pause for a second and then I'll show you the scene that started this whole thing, which was just fucking random, y'all. I went to the telegram station. I said hello like I always do because that's what Alder does, and then I don't know what happened, but it was like it was just a very brief moment where the conversation went in a certain direction and I replied honestly, and then it came time to actually introduce, which happens sometimes, right? Where there's a real interaction and then Alder goes, I'm dumb. I investigate the supernatural, super unnatural, and he just had a reaction that was very clearly, I'm judging you. And I think that's ridiculous. That kind of thing of like, he was just surprised. And, Alder immediately responded of like, oh, I know you were judging me just now. Like, I know you think that that's very surprising based on what we were just saying. The fact that I believe that, but I do believe it. And so the craziness of her saying, I believe in kismet and I believe we were meant to meet here, not having any clue that he just, was dealing with this memory case is nuts to me. That's fucking insane.
Hello.
And then also the added layer that us as players knew well enough to chase that narrative, right? That's pretty cool too. That's pretty fucking cool. And nuts, man.
Notice it's getting cold and it's getting darker. I never really heard what you said. You never took the time, but I never listened. As the sun goes down, thoughts fill my mind. Seems like our summer is through.
Thank God I don't have to fucking shovel shit here at the stable. Oh, there's somebody here. Oh, that looks like an illegal poaching. God damn it. Why do you gotta go and do that? Why do you gotta go and do that? You're definitely gonna think I'm going to... Where am I going? Oh, right here. Okay. Okay, we're gonna try to make some rent here, but what I'll do is I'm going to stand up and stretch. I have to... What time is it? It's 11. I will share the scene, the other one that happened. Just give me 1 second here. We're gonna get to a spot where we can log off a little bit. Okay, we have a case here anyway, so I'm actually going to go investigate before I start doing ranch work. Because I think that Alder would look around first, see if we can't find any more decapitated animals. What's crazy is I missed it the first time. It was Sky that found it. And I have no idea how she saw it. Because it took me a second to even find it after she pointed it out. But it was along this stretch here, along one of these trees, I think. Nothing that I can see. Hey, CCO, how are you? How'd you enjoy that fucking episode of Deathless last night? Okay, this is perfect. I'm actually going to pause right here. We'll stretch. I need to send... Here's the thing, y'all. I have to send a telegram as a on another character. So we're going to do that in a second, too. We might be switching to another character here. But for now, I'm going to do this here. I was about to start my day, but now I'm glued to the screen. I know. It's fucking crazy, man. Roleplay is just nuts. Roleplay is just fucking... It's juicy as hell, man. Love it so much. All good, still in a holiday food coma. Oh, yeah. Wild RP is basically my TV now. What I like about it is that it does have that, like, slow burn. You know, where it's like, it's got a little bit of that slice of life where you can just have it on and be listening. Like I went for a walk while listening to the scene with, Jillian and, you know, about Ray Bush and them getting chastised in the office and her getting interrogated by that deputy. Like the whole thing was just so fucking good, dude. And I had a moment during my walk where I was like, oh shit, I could just have this on all day. I could just like listen to this. It's not a problem. It's like that, you know, I just go about my listening and then other parts I can sit down when it gets intense. Exactly. Right. And then there were a few moments where I was like, oh, I gotta pull out the, you know, the phone and look at what's happening, you know? I've been unwell about it since May. It's the longest hyper focus of my life. Oh, no. Okay, let me see if I can... Here, how about we do this? How about we all pause for a second, stretch, get water, change our shirts, which is a thing that I learned about from Luxie recently. I was watching her stream. And she was like, you know, when I'm cranky or not feeling well or whatever, I will change my shirt. A fresh shirt change, like, uplifts my mental state. And I was like, what? And then I tried it. It works. Not that anyone's feeling mentally bummed right now, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to stand up. I'm going to get some water and I'll be right back. And then I will show you the scene. I might show you two scenes, actually. The first scene will be the one that started all of this with him. And then I might show you a scene I had with Abe the other night. Oh, Newt. Changing my shirt has been a total game changer, right? Like, it was news to me. Egg with Feelings is... such a good username, dude. That is a good way to reset. Yeah. I again, I can't take any credit for it. You know, Luxie told me about it. So not that Luxie would want credit for something like that, but anyway, we're going to stand up for a second. I will be right back. All right. I'm going to leave this song going cuz it's fucking great. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, I have returned. I hope you have too. All right, let's see. By the way, thank you so much for the follows. I do see them. I don't have alerts pop up for roleplay in general, but also just, for follows, because I don't want to, put you on blast for a follow if you want to be, private about it. I'm afraid to get into the wild RP storylines. I've been told there's so many hours and I tend to tunnel vision into these things. Been trying a casual approach if it works. Personally, I think so. I think it actually oh, that's great. I think that's the only way to do it. I shouldn't say the only way to do it, but I think that's actually a very healthy way to do it. It's also why I have a meta channel in my Discord. It's to allow people to be like, hey, I just watched this scene, but I'm missing some context. Can anyone help me find this moment? And then somebody who has seen it will be like, yes, it's here. And then they can point you to what you kind of need to see. So I think that's probably a good way to kind of like approach it and be like, oh, and then just through osmosis, you kind of pick it up. Honestly, it feels to me like, and maybe this is just because I've done this, in my life multiple times where I don't start at the beginning of things, whether I intend to do it or not. Like, it's like watching an episode of TV and you're like, huh. And then you start to pick it up as you go on. Or I started Animorphs on like book 4 because it had a dolphin on it, like I was like, yeah, this looks cool. And you pick shit up as you go, right? And then eventually you might want to go, you know what? I want to go back and read the first 3 books because I don't and then it provides more context. So it's like the same kind of thing. But the thing with Wild RP or any living server is that it's a living server, right? So there's no script and anything can happen and we don't know what is important yet, so there's no real way for you to kind of like know what is going to be important or what is important until it's important. And therefore you're going to get people who are like, hey, I actually know what scene you're talking about. And here you go. It can be a lot to sift through, especially what I've noticed. If it's not every bit is streamed, other people might know who else a character runs. So that's it too, right? So I think like dog emptied. Okay, so here's the deal. We need to send a telegram. That's a cool and healthy approach to things. Yeah. It's not possible. It's really not possible to have it all. Not even if you're like super obsessed. I just need to beat down the FOMO. So I think, and maybe this is like because this is how I feel about Table Story as well. When people are like, oh, I want to catch up on the VOD before joining the live experience. Obviously consume the content however you want. But for me, I will always say, watch the live and ask chat, guys, what are the big things that I missed? Because for me, and I feel the same way about Wild RP, it's the community experience of the storytelling that brings it from a TV show to just like something really special. And that is like obviously people feel many different ways about Wild RP or any like, role play in video games or anything like that. But for me, being a storyteller and also watching it, for me, there's like a really cool special element, which is the, we are watching this together and these characters we know more than the characters know. I think that's really fun. At least that was my experience after Iggy died and I was able to watch the Ray storyline without any issue because my character was dead. I was like, oh, this is it, man. Like I'm tempted to fucking, quit playing on the server just so that I can be a part of this experience. It's also basically impossible to catch up on everything in Wild. It is impossible. It's not basically impossible. It is impossible. The number of, you're basically like, there are, you know, 100 and, what's the limit on server? 170 some odd people or something like that. 190 people that can be on server. Those are 190 lives that you're kind of having to sift through. But I think part of the adventure is not having that context where you can, so then you can go, oh, who's this character? What's this? And then you go and you, because how many of you already knew that fucking detail about Danny that Alder didn't know and I didn't know? And how many of you were just like, oh my God, wait till she finds out? Like, that's fun. That's the fun part. You know? That's why I am like, I don't click on anything in the meta channel unless I know for sure that I can click on it, which means I don't get to see a lot of it. But it's there for you guys. So feel free to use it. And I think I've seen a couple of comments in there recently, like, oh, I don't know if PB wants it shared yet. If it's out there on public and somebody streamed it, fucking share it. Do whatever you want. It's there for you. It's labeled that way so that other players know not to, you know, what it is. I was definitely like, oh my God, wait till she finds out. How'd you guess? Oh my God. Okay, maybe not, but I hope you had a great weekend. I did. I hope you did too. Was it Christmas this weekend? I had an excellent weekend, actually. Thank you for asking. Okay, now, however, all that huge talk about meta and exciting things, we are going to send a telegram to someone. Excellent, eh? Do tell. I just had a really good weekend. First day where I kind of like didn't do any work whatsoever in a while, because I've been running 2 shows and things like that. Hey, Zambi. Chat has been very good about it. So many people do not want to meta, and the ones who do, it's usually out of excitement and not intentional. Oh yeah, that's the thing, right? Is like, at least I feel like our community, obviously I can say with confidence, no one is metaing on purpose. And I don't even think people do. Like, everyone's very good in the chat, and you know, it's just like, yeah, it's really good. But also every other chat and community that I've been in contact with on Wild has been excellent at that as well. Like, I'll get people that come in and are watching, and they're, you know, like huge Edgar fans, but they protect me from the meta so that the story is protected too, right? Like, I haven't had an instance where somebody comes in and just blatantly metas. So, and you know, knock on wood, but also that's great. So you're saying that we're currently preventing you from having an excellent day? Not at all. That's not at all what I said. I just said I had a good weekend. And I had a good weekend because it was stress-free, not related to show work or work or anything else. I played Bazaar all day. I actually did I play Bazaar on Saturday? I think I did. Doesn't matter. I had a very good day. Okay. Here's the deal now, though. I went through that whole fucking speech, right? And now I'm going to give you some juicy meta. I went through that whole speech, and now I gotta tell you some stuff, okay? No more joking from me today. Sorry, I can't help it. I by default read chat seriously. I don't know why. I'm not a serious person. Am I, guys? Nathan Fillion doesn't meta. Okay, hold on. I just need to pull up what the actual telegram was here. So this is already out there, because because the other person involved streams. So I assume that this isn't meta of like super secrets or anything like that. So I think at least I assume not. It's entirely possible that they did not stream this or anything related to this, so it could be a surprise, but I did see in our meta chat something come up and it was tagged Delilah, so I was like, oh, okay, then there's a couple things it could be, but it's probably that. It has been streamed. Okay. So I will tell you what's happening here. But I need to switch the music, and we're going to do this live so you guys get to see my brain working in character, which is fun, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe it's boring as fuck. But we'll find out together. So we need to switch gears here for just a second. And I need to play... how about this one? Are you leaving, Zambi? This isn't... Oh, wait. Actually, yes. I can see why you would need to do that. Yes. So we're switching characters for a second. We need to do something as Delilah, and then I'll hop off, and then we'll probably show the scene of Alder here in a second. But here's what I will tell you. Here's what I will tell you. I will give you some context that has not been streamed yet, I don't think, because I'm the one that was recording. And I just haven't had a chance to share it yet, but I plan to. Okay, so a couple of weeks ago, God, there's so much to tell you about Delilah that I cannot summarize. Just let me find this stuff first, and then I will be able to fill you guys in here. Yes, Honey Bunny. How is the cat doing? I just heard from the vet that his insulin can be upped. Which is very exciting because he's been losing his shit. You might actually hear him here in a sec. Yep, you hear him? You hear him losing his fucking mind? Okay. He's in my lap now and will probably calm down a little bit. Okay, so here's what we have. I just wanted to make sure that I pulled up my notes here. My brain needs a record of the telegrams that I have sent because Delilah would remember even when my brain fails me. Hers is much, I feel like, not a sponge. Well, a sponge, but it doesn't have Swiss cheese. Good God, her brain isn't cheese. So here's the fucking rub, okay? How do I summarize all of this? Rabbit and Delilah broke up. They weren't ever really together, but those of you who understand the Hannibal Lecter, Will Graham relationship that they had, it sort of has ended, sort of. That's the best way I can describe it. Okay, there is some serious tension between them. Delilah was upset and angry. Took it out on poor Hank Hansen. Poor Hank Hansen blowing people up with dynamite and laughing about it. took it out a little bit on Hank Hansen. These are the main bullet points here. No more quid pro quo. I mean, I wouldn't say that. But I think I have a fucking excellent scene that maybe I'll show you after this. Between the two of them that will explain where they're at. But I went back after last week's episode to see you coming up with Delilah's character. And yesterday I was wondering if you still need a book to get into narrator voice. I don't think so. I think it just comes naturally to me now as Delilah, but I actually don't know. Yes, honey, I know. I literally, he was like moving around on my lap, so I put him on his cat tree, and now he's meowing to get back on my lap. What a goofball. Okay, so here's what I heard, all right? I'm going to use the name Sam for now. Sam told Delilah that Mary Dalloway was very interested in Delilah and Guarma and used purposefully, I feel like. Okay, hold on, because we gotta talk about this. Actually, I was just gonna try to summarize, but we gotta talk about this. All right, because I don't know if this was purposeful or not, but boy did it feel like it. All right? Boy did it feel like it. So, do I have this? Do I have a thing over here where I can just come and talk to you for a second? I think that I do. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay, we got to talk about this, okay? Sam/Rabbit purposefully used the word obsessed. Which I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if Delilah believes that, right? But they purposely went, yeah, they were obsessed with you for a while. Like trying to figure you out kind of thing. And we all know Delilah is very, Delilah's always looking for a playmate, right? We also know that Delilah feels like her playmate of Rabbit is no longer viable, right? They've lost a playmate. So basically, Rabbit Sam goes, here's a new playmate, which is really weird for Rabbit Sam to do, right? So I don't know, and don't say anything if you know. I don't know if it was like a genuine, here's a new playmate, or if it was like I'm going to suggest you go look at someone and find them disappointing so that you know that I'm the only one that can provide this for you. Which is not a Rabbit thing to do, but it sure shit might be a Sam thing to do. You know what I mean? It's a very manipulative, yeah. So that was my thought as Delilah, like, oh, I wonder if they're doing this to remind me how rare our connection was and that I should, that kind of thing. So we sent Mary a telegram. After we heard two things. One, Hank Hansen is pissed about the fucking trial and has a list of people that he's trying to kill that were involved in the trial. Are Sam and Rabbit two different people? That is such a good question. Yes and no. Yes and no. Sam is the persona that Rabbit invented to do certain things, to infiltrate a cult and murder a bunch of people that they found reprehensible. And Delilah finds the idea that Rabbit donned a persona in order to enact what they wanted very reprehensible. So that's kind of where their breakup happened, was this idea that like you It's the whole Hannibal Lecter thing of like, oh, this is who you are. You are a murderer. Oh, but you want to create this persona of Sam and you're telling everyone that it's so that you could infiltrate this cult. But I know, and you know, that you're just really proud of your legacy in the sheriff's department. So you wanted to create that separation and you're just lying about it. Cool. Gross. You know? So did Delilah or Rabbit initiate the breakup? Delilah. Rabbit and Sam is an endlessly fascinating character. Yeah. It's dude. And also Flick is one of the only people I think I would feel safe. Flick is the player Flick plays Rabbit Sam. And those of you familiar with Table Story, I met Flick on Wild RP with Delilah and Rabbit and then invited them to come and do Blade Runner. So you might recognize Flick from Blade Runner. Does Delilah enjoy people being obsessed with her? No, it's not the act of the obsession. It's the idea that they might have a puzzle solving brain. She wants to play with someone in a way of like, I'm gonna leave you clues and you're gonna follow and it's gonna lead you to me and then maybe we'll kill each other, that kind of thing. Like she's a psychopath, sociopath, maybe a bit of both. Anyway, so I sent Mary a telegram. Because he wasn't truthful. Yeah, I think so. What intrigued? There's so much that intrigued Delilah about Rabbit in the first place, but one of the things that intrigued Delilah about Rabbit was that when she met him, it was very much like, oh, I know what I am. I'm a monster that the department uses willingly. They use me as a tool to get shit done. But I like what I do. I like hunting people down and I like stopping them. That kind of thing. And Delilah was like, oh yeah, here we go. Delilah's very interested in people who are very honest with like what they actually, their true desire, their deep dark desires and that kind of thing. Like she's very interested in people who are honest about that. And so that's what intrigued her about Rabbit in the first place. And also compounded onto that is the idea that like, why do you feel like you need to wear a badge to do these things? You don't. You can do whatever you want without purposefully shackling yourself. So why are you doing it? Is it for the fact that you can do it legally and not have any consequence? Because that's interesting. Like if you're willingly like, oh yeah, I wear a badge so that I can do this. I can get my jollies off of like hunting people down and getting that adrenaline rush of being involved in this violence and bloodbath and all this kind of stuff. But I also don't want to go to jail. It's very honest and in some ways respectable, I guess. But it's the lying of, but it's good. It's the right thing to do. I'm better than the people I'm hunting down. Where Delilah's just like, no, you're not. You're wearing a badge. And I mean, some people do put the badge on to, you know, because they're like, I'm going to do my part and better the world. But Delilah's not interested in that. She's interested in the people who are like Rabbit, who went, oh, I'm exactly the same as what I hunt down. I just have a little shiny thing on. So, and to Delilah, taking on that persona to infiltrate a cult, it's one thing if you're doing it to kind of like be undercover, but they weren't, right? They were telling everyone that, or they were implying to everyone from Delilah's perspective. This is very important because Delilah has a very limited perspective of what happened. From Delilah's perspective, Rabbit took on this new identity because they didn't want people to associate Rabbit, the former sheriff, as the one doing these acts. And that's what Delilah finds disgusting. Like, absolutely just like, oh, okay. You care more about you're not wrath, you're pride. And so, yeah. So that kind of just killed it for her, I think, a little bit. But it's been more interesting because I know that, like, for a while, both Flick and I were like, God, I hope they run off into the sunset and murder people together. But in the last conversation I had on Delilah with Sam, was very much like just brutally honest of like, my kill type just happens to fit in your moral compass. So you would have looked the other way, but I'm not doing it because it's justice. I'm not doing it because, you know, I need to rid the world of their evil. I'm doing it because I like it. And because the people that I want to hunt down are, you know, they're killers, but that's because it makes it more fun for me. It adds an element of danger that I enjoy. And eventually you wouldn't have been able to ignore that and you would have hated it. And that's a conversation they never had before. And so now I'm like extra excited about it. It's sad because it's like, oh, they're kind of like, but Flick and I get to do this now, like crazy tension. Dude, the tension in the bar when Sam was there and Delilah was there, and then I think there was like Ro and Julius, and it was the first time people had seen them together since what happened with Sam. And there was some hostility there between them. Oh my God, it was juicy. It was so juicy. After the scene, Flick and I were in DMs like, oh my God, everyone was so uncomfortable. It was perfect. Like, because no one's expecting them to kind of be at each other's throats or to have that tension. It was very delicious. So I'm very excited at the direction. And it's one of those things where it's like, this is better for the story. And you can see that, right? You see it. So it's good. Anyway, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to switch over here. I'm going to read you this telegram. Do I have just give me a second. Anyway, that's all related to Sam, but let's see if I've got, I do. Perfect. Does this still work though, is the question. Let's see what happens if I click this button. Nothing happens when hold the line. Oh, it's because it's not in the same place anymore. Please hold. Please hold. I think it's this one, right? Yeah, here we go. All right. So anyway, all of that to say, riding into the sunset, killing each other. Yeah, so kind of my hope was like that they murder each other at the end. They become enemies and Delilah is doing all this shit in the crossing. You know, like I want to be a detective's nemesis, you know? I want to give that to a law player where it's like Delilah is this like villain for you and then you get to take her out in the end, or she takes you out, or you take each other out, or whatever. It's the whole Hannibal Lecter, Will Graham thing that I really enjoy, and I want to do that. And for a while it seemed like, you know, Rabbit was that person, and then also there was feelings for Rabbit, which I understand now. Like Hannibal had feelings for Will Graham too, and it's like this desire to let's ride off and murder people together. But this is way cooler, and it seems like there's still a very strong potential that they will want to kill each other, which is awesome. However, right now I am putting feelers out for Miss Mary Dalloway, who might be a future, like who Delilah is considering as maybe a new playmate. So What happened with Mary, what you need to know, is that she was shot in the back by Hank Hansen because she attended the trial in Guarma that Hank willingly agreed to attend, and she was one of the judges, sort of judges. We'll say that she was somebody on the delegation team. One of the jurors. And he shot her in the back in Blackwater. Now, if you want to correct my understanding of it, I just encourage you to do it in the meta channel in the Discord with spoiler tags, so I can't see it. Please remember, this is all from my character's perspective because I have limited knowledge. You guys might know more than me. And don't correct me here in the chat because I don't want to know, but you are more than welcome to do so in the meta channel for each other. So that said, Delilah is under the impression that Hank Hansen has a list of people from the trial and he's going through them one by one. And she's heard that her name is not on the list and it's weird to her. She's wondering why that is. But Mary was shot in the back in Blackwater a couple weeks ago. So I sent the telegram, I think the first telegram the day after she'd been shot in the back because I heard about it. And this is what it said. Dear Mary, it is often said that the past is a way of lodging itself in the most unexpected places. Sometimes in the heart, sometimes in the mind, and occasionally, so I hear, between the shoulder blades. Rumors travel faster than bullets, though they carry a similar weight, and I find myself drawn to whispers that drift overseas, particularly involving the trial proceedings you so generously lent yourself to. Fortune, or perhaps design, places me within the crossing for a time. Should you have the inclination to share your perspective, I would like to make time. Now, I didn't sign it, but I left a telegram number that I know is attached to my citizen file, hoping that she would look it up and see who I was and then reply. However, her reply was something along the lines, I'd have to log in to read it to you exactly, but her reply was something along the lines of like, while I'm intrigued, while I'm curious, I don't want to risk my life for that curiosity to talk to a stranger about morality unless we're totally familiar, question mark, question mark, question mark. And Delilah was like, ugh, you know, Delilah immediately went, oh, that's disappointing. Like, I was really hoping that you would just look it up, you know? And then I waited a little bit and then I sent another one. The second one was sent like a couple days ago. Curiosity, like hunger, must be fed, but it is never sated without risk. I heard whispers of your interest, and so I left you a morsel, a small but deliberate invitation signed in all but name, detective. I wonder, were I to wander to that alley, would the earth still remember what it cradled? Would the faint pattern left behind tell me where the mark of his lead kiss lies on your back? A curious achievement for such broken hands. Curiosity without resolve, Miss Dalloway, is like an empty plate. Decorative, but ultimately unsatisfying. A pity. I do so enjoy a meal shared with someone who appreciates the flavors of risk. This morning, I have a reply, which says, all right, Delilah, I'll bite. When and where? I'm so excited! Now, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Is that I want to reply. Every fiber of my being wants to reply with, like, you know where to go. You know where to go because I've been standing there for the last week where he shot you, fucking fantasizing about him shooting you. You know exactly where to meet me. But also I feel like that, you know, sounds like bait. Who, for me or for her? I mean, either, probably. Sounds like bait for both parties involved, maybe. So every part of me wants to just be like, you know where to find me. Because I've been there for the last week, and time will, you know, fucking, you know, show up whenever. Because I'm stalking the fuck out of you right now, you know? Like, I'll find you. But also, the player part of me knows that that's fucking unreasonable. You know, because like we're players in a game and we have real lives, right? Like it's one thing for Delilah to just be like, oh yeah, let's, as you said, they know where to find Delilah. Well, but see, I don't know if they do, right? I mean, the telegram was sent from Blackwater, right? I sent the telegram from the place where she was shot. So it wouldn't be difficult for her to go, oh, she means that. But also, as a player, I understand she's probably been shot like 8 times since then. So I don't know if she even put 2 and 2 together that I was talking about Hank, you know? I mean, I tried. Can be sent with hints. Yeah, I mentioned a curious achievement for such broken hands, which was implying that it was Hank because we fucked up his hands. But yeah, so I'm thinking about how to... I'm thinking about how to reply. So that's what we're doing right now. We're just sitting here thinking in character as best we can. And normally what I do for Delilah telegrams is I think about what I want to say, and then I have to break my brain and do it all over again. Because Delilah thinks about things differently than I do. So for instance, like if I say I want to, okay, let's just, for the sake of this exercise, this brain exercise, let's say that we did want to do a message that was basically like, you know where the fuck to find me. First of all, seeing the all right, Delilah, I'll bite, is extremely satisfying, I think, for her to see, because it means that she did the thing. She went and she looked up the information. She saw that it was attached to Delilah and then replied. But I think it's the act of that curiosity drove you to look it up. That's what I think Delilah finds very interesting. I think she's really into curiosity and curiosity leading your actions because she's that way. She will just do shit just to see what happens, just to see. So my initial instinct is to comment on how satisfying or gratifying that is to see her name. But the other thing is like, I kind of want to reel that in a little bit too, because I don't know Mary Dalloway, but I also don't want to, did she also enjoy the power of making someone do something? No, she doesn't enjoy that aspect. I think she would more enjoy the knowledge that she knew she would do it. Like, I know you well enough to know that this is what you're going to want to do. But for her, it's the game of chase that she really likes. She doesn't interfere a lot with people's decision making. She might push people just to see what they do, like in a direction. But she is very much, that takes all the fun out of it for her. If she forces somebody to do something, it's no longer fun. So here's the thing, though, that I also want to keep in mind. If my instinct is to get a little weirdly, God, the things I say when I'm playing and thinking in Delilah's mindset, I realize sound fucking insane. But just come along for the ride with me. If my instinct is to make it weirdly murder sexy, like, of being like, I'm imagining this bullet on your bare skin. Like, that's a very, like, fucked up thing to say, but that's what she's thinking about, right? She's like murder turned on by the fact that she's this, you know, there's a bullet, you know, like, to say that, if that's my instinct, is to go a little bit on the murder sexy side. Notice I'm saying, before I say sexy, I say murder sexy every single time before I do it. If that's my murder horn, that's the new word. If I go murder horn on it, if that's my instinct, PB goes, we want to reel that in, because I don't know, like, we don't know Mary that well. But also I have to go, okay, wait, why is that my instinct? Because most of the time I go on instinct with Delilah, and then afterwards when I'm able to intellectualize it, I go, oh, that makes total sense. And I think I'm just now realizing it makes total sense that I'm going murder horn on her, because Rabbit has suggested her, and also because I am trying to find a replacement for Rabbit, who I was absolutely murder horn over. So it makes sense that I'm kind of like maybe going a little hard out the gate a little bit. So I'm okay with that. Okay. She says, where? Okay, all right, Delilah, I'll bite. When and where? I could make it easy and just be like, you know, I came to you. I'm already here. I'm thinking. I'm sorry. I'm quiet because I'm thinking. Okay. Talk to me, nudgy wudgy, I know. So it's like, I think, so what I've done so far is, how gratifying to see my name above your signature, which I may or may not remove. That's very bold. I've come to you, detective. As for when the shadows grow long enough to blur intent. I wonder if you might already have your suspicions. Curiosity is rarely blind. And I actually fucking like it, dude. I know that's not fair at all, because it could be any fucking time or place, but that's the character I'm playing. You know, like, I'll be around, and if we find each other, we find each other, I guess, is kind of where I'm at, I guess. So what I'll do is I will go with, I've come to you, detective. And then I'll say the hour when the shadows grow long enough to blur intent. Which, if you have been stalking her, may happen sooner or later. Well, the thing is, the telegram was sent from Blackwater. Tasara's on your level of tryhard. She'll make the effort. That's the other thing, too, right?
Like, I love the player of this character, and I want to make this fun for her. Like, I'm doing it for her as well, you know? So, like, as easy as it would be for me to just be like, oh, okay, you know, here's a time and place because it makes our player lives easier. I don't think that's as fun. And I think if we miss each other, then that's fine, you know? I think both she and I would rather we slow burn that and miss the opportunity running into each other, and then you know, so I wonder if I should do like, I've come to you, detective, because that just implies Blackwater, right? The hour when the shadows grow long enough to blur intent. And then the exact location, I wonder if you might already have your suspicions. Curiosity is rarely blind. Yeah? Yes. That is my instinct. So we're going to go with it. I also have my cat in my lap. And by my lap, I mean on my desk, squished between my keyboard. Do I have a mod here that can update the stream title? Actually, maybe not. I think it just says dumb for the holidays, right? I don't even know if we're going to be able to, you know, like find her or whatever. We're just sending a telegram, so... I will, however, protect this bit of meta information. Sorry, I'm hiding the telegrams. Just 1 second. This is Delilah. I'm so sorry. We're just sending a quick telegram here. And I know you can't see anything yet, but... Okay, so I've adjusted it to say, but I've come to you, detective. Perhaps I'll see you when the shadows grow long enough to blur intent. The exact location, I wonder if you might already have your suspicions. Curiosity is rarely blind. That's not an Appaloosa, I don't think, right? That's a totally different horse, I think. Delilah had hers first, maybe? I actually don't know. Draft horse. Not that one. The horse that Delilah is riding. I fucking never come here, dude. On her. This is so weird to me. Like, if I'm in the fucking crossing, I am in Saint Denis, and that is it. I don't venture out this far. I've done once or twice, and that was it. So if I had to guess... Yours has spots? Yeah, we're gonna look at the alleyways here. Ooh, even waiting right here is super fun. That's too close to the bank. People are gonna think I'm trying to rob it. This is where people have apartments. So I think I've answered my own question here. As to where I would want to wait. Oh, hello. Who are you? Moonshiner, maybe? None of my business. I think I will wait, like, right here by the theater. Here's the thing, though, is if this were real life, people would be using this theater. I don't know if she would just, like, sit there and wait. But I do like the idea of something that has a view of the apartments over there like that so that we can be creepy as fuck. So here will do. Right? Here will do. And we will do this. do... And then we do this, which I usually do. I don't know if you guys don't normally get to see me do this kind of stuff, but here. Ooh. Let's roll. 1d6? That's not a 1d6. Is it roll 1-6? Yeah. You guys can't see it, but it was a 3. So I'm gonna do 3. Cigarette butts. Partial label. Way. Toe. Okay. And I'm gonna leave that right where I was standing, just in case for whatever reason we miss each other. She might, you know, and then if they search me, they'll see I have these cigarettes and they'll know it was me, that kind of thing. Anytime I like stand somewhere as Delilah for a while, I always leave a cigarette butt detail. Just in case. And we will have another one. I think the current horse is piebald. Okay, cool. So we're just going to stand here for a minute or two. And then I can show you guys the other scene. We can log out. Oh, hello. I love watching her be a little creepy stalker. I love being a little creepy stalker on her. It was weird at first, but now it's just fun. At first I was like, God, I feel like a huge asshole. Because I would like sit in Saint Denis, I'd sit by the pub and I'd just listen to people talk about stuff. Cool. Okay, you changed your clothes. Interesting. The other issue is I don't know what Mary looks like now. So I don't know if me, PB, the player, would be able to recognize her if I saw, you know, if she walked by me, but I'm sure she'll recognize me. This is interesting to me. This motherfucker runs full tilt down the goddamn street, changes and is now slow walking? What's going on? What you doing in that apartment? Hey, do you guys know if we can check other people's horses yet? Like, could I walk up to his horse and check what's in it? You cannot. That's too bad. You guys. Hey, Grenig. Hey, SK, how are you? Too much corned beef. Had to get changed for his intro. That's pretty funny. Who we stalking? Should I tell you? Do you want to know? Because I'll tell ya. Woo! Mary Dalloway. We've been exchanging some murder horn. Actually, the murder horn has entirely been on the part of Delilah. Mary Dalloway had no fucking clue who sent the telegram at first. We've been sending her some murder horny telegrams, and she's agreed to meet us. So her telegram was signed Blackwater, so we're just staking out here for a while. And her suspiciously smoking hat. Thank you so much, Try Me Spare. Also, thank you. I don't know if I had a chance to say thanks for the card. I saw that. I didn't get a chance to download it and look at it yet, but thank you so much for sending that. It's been a crazy couple of weeks for me with my cat and everything. Also, this is why I don't stream Delilah, guys, because a lot of it is just me sitting here stalking people like a fucking weirdo, and nothing happens for a while. But what we could do is, I think this has been long enough in case somebody wanted to run into me. I don't mind logging out here and back in a little bit, and I can show you guys the scenes that we've been missing. You know what else I would do, though? I'm just now realizing. Oh my God, I will never forget the time that I was here last. The last time I was fucking here, you guys. And I just I turned the corner here and Rabbit turned the corner and we locked eyes, and it was like unreal that you just happened to be fucking riding by, dude, and saw me and then went, oh, no. Oh. Rabbit, my one true hunting love. Why you gotta go and break my heart? We're just gonna give her one more clue here. I don't want it to be too obvious that it's the same thing. So for this one, I'm going to do this. I'll do 24. I usually try to do 24 hours because they'll remove it, right? So we're going to stand here and we're going to smoke this motherfucker. I'm not usually this obvious. Like, I won't usually be right next to the sheriff's station. I've only done it one other time. And I left a I left a chalk mark for Rabbit on the sheriff's station wall in Armadillo, I think. And hold on, before I say this, I was going to say I rubbed myself all over the chair, but that's not what I meant. I left a scent, like I had been sitting in the chair for a while, smoking. Oh my God, yeah, I realized before I fucking said it, dude. But apparently, people thought it was some other killer that they were investigating. And so it sent the investigation off in a totally different direction. And me as a player, I felt badly. So I was like, oh, let's maybe be a little bit more careful what we leave in the future. Because I love my law players. I don't, you know, like, and I'm sure they love it. I'm sure it's part of the fun for them, but also just, you know, I was leaving it for Rabbit. I wasn't leaving it for anyone else, but the realization that people will log in and see it is pretty good. Including if somebody before Mary logs in, sees this and goes, somebody was smoking outside the fucking sheriff's station. All she needs to do is search me. Do I have my shit on me? I don't. Yo. There's nothing quite like playing Delilah. I get here in the crossing and I'm just like existing. And I pull open my fucking inventory and I'm like, oh, that's illegal. I'm like, oh no, I have an SCD, I have a sheriff's department fucking rifle that someone gave me. And I've just been like, yeah, okay, I guess I'll keep, you know, like I'll keep it on my horse. No biggie. I have fucking handcuffs that people have given me. I'm like, what a stupid reason to get arrested, you know? Like I absolutely want to get arrested, but arrest me for the shit, you know, the good shit, not for having weapons that I didn't even take. I also just don't think, I mean, obviously we know Delilah's not really a rifle kind of person. She's also not a handcuff person. So it makes sense that I didn't have it on me. But I think I got handed them before, serious! I can't stop thinking about Bazaar. I am fucking obsessed, man. And I know you know because I told you. We're not doing Bazaar right now, obviously you can tell, but... Oh God, this is when I want to meet you, Mary, right here, right now, this time. You know who else frequents Blackwater? Hank fucking Hansen. God. God, imagine waiting for Mary Dalloway and running into fucking Hank. And you're like, we're standing where he shot her. And he's like, the fuck is wrong with you? And we're like, well, we're just sitting here fantasizing about whatever that mark looks like that you put on her skin. Like, that's fucking weird. We're weird. We're playing a weird ass character, y'all. Ooh. Hello. That's a different horse. I'm intrigued by that fucking horse. Is somebody standing there? Because it certainly looks like it. My eyes aren't the best, but boy, does it look like somebody's fucking standing right in front of that horse. Y'all. Who are you? Ooh, two of you. Okay. Interessante. kind of horse is that? I don't know if Delilah would know, so don't answer me. I don't think I give a shit. Big brown fucking furry ass feet, sort of. And there goes that person from before. Oh. That is my cat fully hitting my keyboard. Amazing. It's the problem with cinematic cam. It's wonderful, but we can't be creepy with it. I mean, we can. We are. Okay, we're gonna leave one more. What I find fun about the cigarette butt detail, it's like feels simple and maybe it's boring. I don't know because I haven't played a lawman. But what I find interesting is like the ability for you to go around and basically recreate where I walked based on the time that I left the detail. And also potentially like how long I was there, right? Because the first spot had 3 cigarette butts and the second one was only 1. And I'm going to do this one. And the detail I'm leaving, this one I'm only going to do for 12 hours, but this one I've labeled as damp. And the only reason I did that is to just let them know that I was willing to stand out in the rain to be weird. Let's not do that. Okay, and now I will switch and we can watch the scene. And we'll log on in a little while and see if we can. Ooh. It doesn't look like a law horse. God. The moon. I'm so fucking curious. I want to wait until their scene is over just so I can see where they go. But also, I kind of want to wait until their scene is over because I know they saw me. I assume they saw me. And I don't want to fuck off before they have a chance to confront me about it or whatever, you know? Oh, hi. Who are you? I have to make a criminal that just murders unhitched horses. Gets arrested very easily. It's just a complete fucking psychopath. I can't reach my fucking stream deck because my cat is in the way and I love him and I refuse to. Yes, honey. I refuse to move him. Leaves a note, should have hitched your horse. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like in that moment, I was just like, oh, you know what we should do? we should make a character that fucking murders unhitched horses in the name of Tar. Yo, speaking of the devil, holy shit, dude. What? What are the odds of that? Oh my God. We were just talking about you. That timing, that was crazy. I'm just sitting here being a creep, stalking people right now. Well, one person in particular. And this person came into town and just kind of like put their horse right in front of the general store, hopped off, went in the general store. And the thought that I had was like, oh, you know what? We should create a character that just fucking murders unhitched horses and leaves a note. And then, you know, it willingly gets caught because I can't imagine that's very fun for anyone. Just normal things you think about when you're playing fucking, hey, we're going to miss it. We're going to miss it. Did they go? They're still there. Brad needs to go back to Wilderpeak. No, he needs to spare himself. It can be an addiction, you know? For me, it's winter. And I absolutely need to do that for sure. 100%. So that's what we're doing. I kind of want to wait. Listen, I kind of want to wait a little longer. So we're going to do that. Ooh, is that the same woman? I think it is. Fully leaning into the addiction, I know. So here's the deal. I can tell you all what we're doing. We are stalking a new detective that we want to play with. We're constantly looking for a playmate. All right. We are a psychopath. And our previous playmate turned out to be a little bit of a disappointment. I shouldn't say it that way because we might actually kill each other, which is amazing. But right now, I feel like I think we feel like that is not going to happen. So, however, in a crazy twist of events, that detective, who is no longer a detective, told me about another detective. So it's like my ex-murder partner, my ex-murder lover, told me about a new murder lover that I might enjoy. So I'm stalking them to see if they are correct. A referral, yeah. A referral. We've sent them a few telegrams and finally this morning they bit and were like, yeah, okay, I'll meet you. And so we're in the crossing, which we rarely are these days. And I am in, I think, this is my best guess, I am in the general spot where this detective was shot in the back. And I've been sending them telegrams about imagining the what the scar looks like and creepy shit like that. So we're just kind of hoping that we run into them here, like maybe by the apartment we can see them doing their thing, or there. See, I keep looking over here because there are 2 people that arrived and went into the theater and are having a conversation, and I'm just curious as to what they're up to. Previous playmate chose the blue pill. Yeah, sort of. Yeah, actually, kind of, in a weird way. But I kind of want to stay here because I know they watched me. I watched them walk in. And so I want to give them a chance to confront me about the fact that I watched them, you know, that I've been sitting here. I don't want to just fuck off and not be available for them to encounter. So I'm just waiting a little bit longer. If they don't come out, they don't come out, you know. But I don't want to do that thing where it's like, oh yeah, we saw this person watching us and now we can't do anything about it. I mean, I guess they could have. They could have walked right over and been like, who the fuck is that? But they didn't, you know. They had their conversation first. Yo, that creepy light of the eyes there was horrifying. Looks like a fucking cat in the dark. Is the ex-cop Sully? No, I don't think Delilah ever met whatever character he was, whatever lawman he was playing at the time. Well, now the 3 cigarette butts is accurate. We left a detail. Well, howdy. So we have left 3 details at the moment. We left one right below my feet that you can kind of see right there, that dot. Which is cigarette butts that are partially labeled, and then I did like HUE and then TO. And then we left another cigarette over by that building where we were standing for a little bit, and then we left one by the law office. And I think that's good for now. Now the question is... Oh shit, we're Dell right now. I know I never stream her, but I wanted to send a telegram because I'm stalking somebody at the moment. So I logged in to do that. We had a scene as Alder this morning, and then I wanted to switch real quick. But I actually have some Meta Monday I can show you guys, so we don't have to stand here doing nothing. We're not doing nothing. We're engaging in RP just by existing in this space. Yo, I gotta tell you guys, I don't know if I was recording. Which is crazy because I'm almost always recording on Delilah, and it's hours and hours of like stalking and nothing happening. But I don't think I was recording last night. I walked around Blackwater a little bit, waiting, checking telegrams to... Ooh, hello. Who are you?
Ali lady.
Hello. Step closer and you can have a better look.
Huh?
Are you looking for someone?
No. I just, stood in an alleyway looking all enigmatic, and I'm kind of drawn to such things. Hello.
Hi.
Yeah. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. You're alright, darling. You keep doing your thing.
It's very generous of that player. Oh, God. That was very sweet. Whoever that was very, very, very kind of them. I am forever gracious to anybody who, anybody who acts frightened by my character, right? Because you're only as scary as the other players on the server let you be or build you up to be. You know? Nothing's gonna, you know, like there's some part of your brain that goes, I'm in a game, you know, I can't, you know, like nothing happens to me unless I want it to, right? It's not like you could stab me, but I don't have to perma, you know, that kind of thing, right? There's just like this whole element of, you know, that was entirely up to you to act fucking terrified. But I will say, I was in the middle of telling you guys that, I wasn't recording last night when I was in Blackwater, but somebody recognized me and it was so cool because it was one of the girls who held my throat closed and saved my life in Guarma when Edgar cut me down, dude. And she was just like, I walked into the telegram station to check, to either send Mary a creepy telegram or to check telegrams, and walked out and she was having a conversation with somebody and I passed them twice. And then I get on my horse and I'm riding out of town and she goes, excuse me, and stops me. And she goes, your name wouldn't happen to be Delilah, would it? And I'm like, yes, it is, in fact. And she's like, from Guarma? And I'm like, yep, the one and the same. And she also acted very terrified to see me. Ooh. What happened to you? I wonder if it is as delicious as it looks. That's a gunshot wound, do you think? Knife wound? God, I wish there were better ways to like emote exactly what kind of wound it was, right? You know what I mean? Like I wish there was a way where you could carry yourself and I could look and go, oh, you're favoring your left side or some shit like that, other than the conditions. It's not a limitation on the server, obviously. It's just a limitation of the fucking video game RP, right? We need a nom nom emote different from the popcorn nomming. We do. It's, I think it's PBTV Dell. That's an incredible fucking joke. God damn it. Okay. I'm satisfied. They're having a killer scene in there. Oh. Another horse has arrived. Huh. Oh my God, where's Alder? Where's Alder? Are the horses doing their thing where they fucking wander on the sidewalk? No. I thought it was a wandering. Well, I think that is probably good enough, my darlings. Let's switch for now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk down the alleyway. We already left a detail. So I'm going to leave it there. The problem is I don't necessarily want to log in and there's somebody fucking in this alleyway that would be immersion breaking for them, I think. But I think this is the only place where I really can. I guess we could maybe do it here. Let's do it here. Although people are probably going to see that too. My immersion! Whoops, not there. I'll do it here and hopefully we'll just get lucky and not interrupt anybody's gameplay here. Oh, Oh, thank you for joining me on that mini stalking adventure. Now let's see if I can. I'll pull up some scenes for you real quick. We have some. Now, my question for you is, and I think I'm going to open the vote here. We have 2 scenes that we can share. Well, we can do both actually, if you want. But my plan is I'll probably share one and then hop back on as Delilah and see if we don't get lucky trying to find this detective that we're looking for. And then, you know, if we don't get lucky, then I'll show the second scene. It is Meta Monday after all. Okay, let's see what we got. My question for you is, which one do you guys want to watch first? Do you want to watch the Alder one? The conversation that led up to the conversation we had today, this morning? That might be easier for me to find. Or do you want to see the Delilah Rabbit Sam one? I think that one's long. I think the first one is like maybe an hour. If we're going to go back to Delilah, then I choose the Delilah clip. Okay. That makes sense to me too. Okay, it's just going to give me a second to find it, because it happened a little bit ago. I gotta go. Okay, my darling. Thank you for hanging out. Also, Greg, I saw your ridiculous message. My dearest Pumpkin Berry, I am not caught up on the hit Sunday table story series titled Deathless. Thank you for your time and attention. That is all. So I think it's not this one. You have to give me a moment while I find it. There's a bunch of Alder clips in here. It has to be before this, right? Okay, I'm looking. I'm so sorry. I have so much footage. Must be here. Hold on. We're gonna find out. Oh, sure shit ain't that. Hold on. It's before then. But can't be too much before then. So when is it? What? Man, I gotta tell y'all, sometimes like the weird distortion I have where I'm like, oh, this happened recently. And then it's like, oh God, no, it happened like a month ago. Okay. Okay. I have a question and you have to decide. You have to decide. All right? We have 2 Delilah scenes we can watch. The first one being the Sam Delilah confrontation-esque type conversation. The second one that I just realized exists is incredible also. And it is Sam and Delilah and a fucking former sheriff, Gwen, played by Leah. And the conversation is spicy as fuck. And you know what? I'm going to let you guys vote on it, but I'm telling you, I think it might be more fun to watch that one without the conversation between Delilah and Sam first, because it's like, holy shit, how did they get here? And then we'll watch the other one. Okay, you've helped me decide. Oh my God. I also know exactly where that one is, so makes it easy. No, I totally forgot this one happened. Okay. Yep, okay, here it is. I found it. There may be some meta in here. And I'll say again, it doesn't matter to me. Oh my God, you guys. Oh, where do I start you? Do I start you at the beginning? Because that's fun too. You get to see some shit. I think I'm going to start you right when the sheriff enters, though, because otherwise we have to wait an hour for Leah to show up in this fucking video. Okay, I got it. We're doing it. There's always time to show you the other delicious things, right? Okay, so this is... I'm renaming this file to make my life easier. Leah as well? Yeah, that's why I'm like, yeah, we gotta watch this one, because when's the last time we got to RP with Leah? You know? When's the last time we got to RP with Leah? And I don't say too much during this scene, but it's very good. They're fucking spicy with each other right out the gate. It's very good. And I think you all will enjoy it. And Leah doesn't stream her fucking RP, so she gets to just fucking deal with it. We're gonna force everyone to enjoy her existence. I'm gonna force you to enjoy her existence the way I do. All right, let's see here. Where the fuck is it? I know I just renamed it, but does that push it to the bottom of the file? No. What? What is happening? Am I staring right at it? 16th of December. So it was a little while ago. Where is it? There it is. Got it. Okay. I have it. Please hold. Okay, we're ready to go. But what I'm going to do, because nothing is produced on this. This is just the straight VOD that we're going to be watching. So that means that I need to give you guys music and shit, which I love doing. I love live producing for you. But it means I have to pee first before we do that, because I won't be able to leave. So 2 seconds. I'll be right back and we'll dive into this fucking juicy ass scene. You just gonna stretch out like a princess? Is that what you're gonna do? Oh my god, my cat, you guys. Okay, you ready? Let's go. Okay, and then we gotta do like this, but then we gotta do this. Hold on, I'm just gonna skip ahead here. I think I said it was about an hour in, right? Let me just double check when she arrives. We had a scene for about an hour first, I think I said. Which I'm sure we'll see at some point someday. There. Okay, she arrives about an hour in, and we are at what, 57:07? Okay, I'm just gonna trust that this is fucking dope as hell, and we'll start right here. But let me make sure that the volume is good.
I find that distasteful, personally.
Ooh, should I back it up? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I'm gonna back it up 2 seconds.
Nothing about inflicting pain
Oh, we're talking about torture. There's your context.
for inflicting pain's sake. Or
Was that too loud?
a twisted declaration of the power I wield interests me.
Depriving a man of his life is punishment enough in my book.
I think Hank wants to die.
Oh, whoops. Meta.
Punishment can be mercy too.
Hmm. I suppose. I struggle with that word, if I'm honest.
Mercy.
Punishment.
I suppose it's one I struggle with very little.
I think for me it implies some sort of balance I am perhaps restoring. Some sort of moral high ground which I do not possess. I see things more as a cause and effect. Hank longs to die, or longs for a one last stand, longs for a chase, and I am answering his call.
Death in battle is not a punishment.
No.
It's aspirational.
Or perhaps a result of a struggle. Simply the effect. Usually of someone else's desire or dream. Rarely are battles fought between two people who want to battle.
Now what you're describing sounds a little more like a duel.
Duels don't interest me either. At least not in the traditional sense. I
I
think
consider a death match to be a duel, personally.
I do not. I wonder why.
You'd have to tell me.
I'm not sure I've had the opportunity to explore these ideas very often.
I can understand that.
It's not often I talk like this. I never talk like this, I don't think.
Does it feel revealing?
No. Well, maybe. Most people just don't ask.
Most people don't ask questions when they're afraid of the answers. Or when they're afraid of what it might spark in themselves, in some cases.
I think that is often the case for me. I think I learned very early on that people see the worst of themselves when they look at me. The parts they
Rather-
don't want to look at, they don't want to acknowledge, because I accept them so freely.
Like a dark mirror.
Yes.
I believe that's why there are so many debating the morality of my existence in the department. It was always a debate, mind you. I learned there was a group of deputies who had all made a pact that they would not turn out like me. That's when I was a sheriff.
Oh my. I enjoy that.
I enjoyed it too.
This illusion that they are in control of their deepest desires. Humans are delightfully amusing sometimes, aren't we? What you refuse to see in the mirror doesn't just disappear. It watches you from the shadows instead.
I met with some deputies after everything turned out. After Father was dead and leadership dead. I returned to them all of the stolen SCSD weaponry that I'd accrued. There was a woman there, a deputy. And she blistered with anger. She was repulsed by the sight of me.
Which
And she
deputy was this?
chastised me. Her name is Boswell, Elise Boswell, I believe. The wife of Undersheriff. No, Julia Boswell. My mistake. There's 4 Boswells in the department. But she said how betrayed she felt and that all the lessons I taught her were dust in the wind and how I was a hypocrite, and I said, how funny, I don't recall training you. I don't remember teaching you a damn thing. Maybe if I'd had, I'd told you that tirades like this are childish and useless. And she walked up to me, got very close, so I could feel her breath. She leant in and said, why shouldn't I just break the deal? Gun you down, drag you in by the hair and throw you in that prison you're avoiding. And I said, I don't have to convince you. Only you can convince you of that. And I know you won't do it because you're terrified you'll turn out like me.
I love it when people voice their deepest desire and pose it as a threat. The worst outcome. Very revealing.
It was disappointing to me.
Which part? That she felt that way? That she wanted to do those things to you? Or that she didn't actually do them?
It was disappointing to me that they thought I was some common thug that they could browbeat, for one. Considering that I set that meeting up as a favor to their department. And that the deal I secured that I would not be arrested was to test them on a few things. I said, it's funny, you can either abide by the rules I would have trained you in when I was a sheriff, and abide by the deal. Advice I'd give to any cadet. Don't make deals you don't intend to keep. Or you can break the deal, which everyone seems to claim as my example. They said, well, you're the sheriff that used to shoot through hostages. Fun story. Would be better if it was true.
Never. Not once.
I shot past hostages. I never hit one.
Did you think about it?
About how easy it would be?
Yes.
Punch a dime-sized hole through someone's chest at the right angle that it would tear through the heart of the gunman behind them. Yes, I thought about it. There was one time. The situation was not good. People involved were violent lunatics. It made it clear that they would enjoy killing the hostages, that I'd have to convince them not to. Which is a fundamental misunderstanding of what a hostage is. A hostage is leverage and a bargaining chip to dissuade the other from violence. It's not an on-demand victim. We'd always have to trot out the same threats. If anything happens to that hostage, I'll be forced to use lethal force.
Why, hello.
I don't know if either of you know Herbie.
Quite familiar. Are you looking for him?
He said he was going to show me where some tobacco was growing up the side of the mountain.
Did he?
Aye, but I've not seen him today, so...
I haven't seen him either. At least not since very, very early this morning.
Aye, alright, no bother. Maybe I'll just take a wander. Find out myself.
Could I interest you in a drink?
Sure. You wouldn't happen to be Delilah, would you?
That is exactly who I am, in fact.
Oh, well, I've heard much about you. I'd take a drink if you've got anything non-alcoholic.
Huh. We'll see if I can scrounge something non-alcoholic up for you. What's your name?
Win.
Gwen. Nice
Gwyn
name.
or Gwen or Guinevere, however you prefer to shorten it.
Ah,
And sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. Or interrupt anything if I was interrupting.
Long road, huh?
You'd say that. Always a long road. Well, apparently there's donkeys here at take. People look a bit stupid riding them though.
One has to shed one's ego to ride a donkey.
Yeah, I don't think I'm capable of that, sadly. Do I know you?
How's the department?
Fuck if I know. I left.
Oh,
Well. They, you know, it's the department. They chug along, they keep going, no matter the weather. One way or another. But, like I said, a bit same old after a while. Bit predictable.
Does predictability bother you?
There's a phrase that folks like to say, idle's hands are the devil's plaything. I find my hands get a bit idle sometimes when things are predictable.
Interesting choice of words.
Also,
Yeah, more than idle hands become the devil's plaything round these parts.
I've heard some rumours.
Oh, do regale us.
I hear all sorts about blood cults and gods and goddesses, witches, wars. Harby was telling me about cages.
Herbie does like to gloat.
He's very casually talking about how folks here kept someone in a cage for a while. In fact, kept them in the ocean. The cruelest of tortures, perhaps, keeping them wet for days on end. Still, an interesting place, no less. You see, I'm transferring out. I took a posting in Nevada. I thought it'd be a disservice if I didn't come and check this place out before I left, since it's just a wee boat ride away.
So you were with the Saints Crossing Sheriff Department?
Yeah, yes, I was a sheriff for, God, almost a year now, actually.
Oh. And you never came here in all that time?
Never caught my interest.
But it
Plenty to
interests
do.
you now?
Like I said, that'd be a disservice. When things get ever so predictable. This place was somewhere untrodden, shall I say. By me, at least. Plus, I'm sure you, if you've ever had workings with the department, understand how strange they can be.
Ah, yes. Wouldn't want it to look bad, to reflect poorly on you, your desire to visit Guarma.
Quite frankly, I didn't care too much about anything reflected on me. Which is probably a good reason why I left in the first place. For most people, I suppose appearances are the most important thing.
But not to you.
Appearances do matter gravely to the department in my experience.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And certainly there's a type of law person that's being slowly phased out, I fear. Folks who aren't afraid to say boo to a goose. Folks who aren't afraid to say fuck off to an outlaw. But that's neither here nor there, really. Said in the paper that you'd skipped town. Is it still Samael?
What would you like to call me?
Makes no matter to me. None of my business, quite frankly.
You're not how I remember you at all.
Really.
Oh, this is fun.
You seem a little chewed up and spat out.
I think being a sheriff perhaps does that to people.
I wouldn't know.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? There's a lot of talk in the department about being a good person. And in fact, there's less talk in the department and more talk criminals who seem to be obsessed with the idea of morality and blah blah. Obsessed with the idea of deputies thinking they're good people. It's always fucking funny.
You think different.
Well, I just know that I'm not a good person, I'm just a good parrot.
You're in good company here. There's plenty of parrots out in the woods.
Ah, so I hear. It's fucking loud out here. That's kind of nice, actually. Don't get a chance to think.
We didn't get to know each other too well. Was always my estimation.
Nay, well, there's no time to get to know each other in the job, is there? And I'm not one person for taking time off duty.
No, not without some genuine effort made. And the closer I got to the end, the less effort I tended to make.
Don't blame you. I can only speak for myself, but for the most part, well, you're a tool, aren't you? You're a tool for whoever needs to use you. Sometimes I like it that way. Sometimes that gets boring.
I think I appreciated that rigidity too. There's a simplicity following orders, isn't there?
Oh, yes. That's nice having a set of rules that you know you're not supposed to stray from. It's a lot harder when you're making the rules. For me, anyway.
In what way?
Voila.
Sorry, Shepard. I'm curious.
I'm just not so good at, let's say, judgment. Which is why I joined the department in the first place. I don't care. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you did. I just care about the fact you broke the law. Rules are rules. But you know what they say, you are the company you keep. You keep company of some steadfast, good souls, and that rubs off on you. Helps keep you in the straight and narrow. That's why so many criminals fail to rehabilitate once they come out of Sisika, because, you know, they just go back to the same old company. But that's the fun thing about life, isn't it? Most of the time you get to choose your company.
What kind of company are you looking to choose?
I prefer to choose company that keeps me on the straight and narrow, quite frankly. You know, there's some very good people in this world, people with very good hearts, but they're just not so good at advocating for themselves. It's something that actually people like to talk to me about when they used to reference Sheriff Winward. I talk about how Sheriff Winward was the monster, so they didn't have to be. It's always an interesting thing hearing the way that they like to conceptualise, phrase that as if Sheriff Winward was some abstract entity, not just a person. But I seem to help them one way or another, so.
People had a very easy time of making iconography out of my deeds, and then holding me accountable to an image that I could never live up to. As far as I'm concerned, if you trace back my behavior and the patterns I engaged in back to day one, you would see that I changed very little. The only thing that changed was the way that people dressed it up.
Tolerances seem to shift year on year. Excuse me a moment. That's what your sign said, at least. I hope I did that right.
You did. And thank you.
Well, I'm curious as to what one of those fickle, fog things are.
A fifoulet.
That thing.
They are mischievous spirits who will lure you out into the woods with the promise of treasure and fulfilling your darkest desires.
Well, how the fuck can you resist that?
Most people don't.
Why would you want to?
Why indeed?
Do you think people spoke about you in the same way, Wild?
Not particularly, no. Not that it's a shade on your work and your service. I think, quite frankly, the department still needs a person like that. But I have always been somebody who's very good at wearing a moderate mask of sorts. So I played politics a lot of the time.
I recall the days of the department where I was considered to be a soft touch, if you can believe that.
Fuck. That's fucking funny.
Back when Branch and Pavis and Wright still had badges on their chest.
Branch. That's the only name I recognise.
This is his rifle.
No shot.
I always liked Charlie.
Strong people leave strong legacies. Speaking of, I heard Clementine's rejoined the Rangers.
Good.
I've not heard from her in months, but I'm not the type of person to be sending nice personal telegrams wishing people well. So, if she's happy, then good for her, I guess.
I'm sure she'd jump over the moon to hear from you.
Well, it's none of my business.
It's more important to live for yourself than to satiate others, I have found.
It's because people's appetites are fucking insatiable. Never ending. Give. Want. More. Doesn't matter how much you give them. As soon as you don't satisfy them, they move on to someone else. It's just a fucking game, really, isn't it? I hear much about you. I think Horby called you a Bruja. He said that means witch. He didn't elaborate much on why that was, though. He did have a certain amount of, well, more than a certain amount of respect when speaking about you. Piqued my interest.
I see. Would you like to ask me a question about it?
Let's see, what questions might I have? I'd rather you told me. This is your bar, Omen's bar, hey?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
What brought you here?
The island called to me. is the answer I usually give people. I was bored.
Seems to be a very interesting place for perhaps folks who might be considered misfits on the mainland. Bored.
Is that your read on me? That I am a misfit?
Perhaps. That's the read I have for a lot of people I've met here who call themselves residents. Especially when they talk so blithely about putting people in cages.
Is that misfit behavior to you?
Not to me. By common parlance, perhaps.
It is simply
Like I said.
the law, I hear. Rules are rules.
Way I hear it, there's only one rule, and that's don't go against the militia.
Hmm.
But that's from the mouth of the militia, so... Looking at the sign on your door, I'd say there's a lot more unspoken rules.
A lot more unspoken and spoken. Don't oppose the militia. And you can make whatever law you want. Just be prepared to defend it.
Oh, sounds dangerous.
I suppose some people would see it that way. Others see it as a type of freedom, I suppose.
That's the interesting thing about freedom, sometimes, I guess. Once people have it, they don't know what to do with it.
I think you'll find most people who call themselves residents here simply enjoy it. And by and large, Warma has a lot less crime than the crossing.
Well, would you say there's a lot less people here looking to prove themselves? Because everybody I've met seems pretty assured in themselves. Whereas the crossing is full of people who just want a slice of the fame pie.
Yes,
Fame, infamy.
I think that is a large part of it. In fact.
Oh, it's a dangerous thing not to have the pressure. I think for a lot of people, that's all that keeps them in check. I was talking to Herbie about this yesterday, actually. The weight of consequence.
Hmm. Is that why you asked for a non-alcoholic drink?
I like being in control.
Are you in control right now?
Of all my faculties, aye.
Well reasoned.
You're never truly in control of anything outside of your own body, though, are you? That's kind of the thrill of it, though.
Seems your mask slipped off when you removed your badge.
I was slipping long before that. That's why I dropped the badge here. Because there's the problem once you're going through the motions time and time again. You know, that was that was an interesting conversation last night. I met a lady named Ro. Herbie and I were talking about finding some folks on the island who might be interested in just, you know, a quick something to pass the evening. And they were mentioning a married lady whose husband, or was it a married man perhaps, whose wife would not be too happy about a liaison of such matters.
Yes, that was the tale.
I must excuse myself for a minute, but I'll be back in a moment.
He was telling me that there's when folks are married and they have affairs and, you know, the thrill of getting somebody with a partner to have sex with you, and then knowing that they might come hunting for you afterwards is enough of a consequence to stop people in the first place. But you know, that's the problem with life sometimes. You get fixed day by day. The days just pass you by. You just settle into a routine. You don't notice everything around you, whereas when you've got to watch your back, when you're being hunted, you notice everything. Nothing slips you by. Every fucking day counts. And that is far more interesting. They thought I was crazy, so that's par for the course.
Was that your favorite part of the job?
Interesting question. My favourite part was never being able to stop. There's always something going on, always something to deal with, always a deputy needing to talk to you, paperwork to do. There's always something to keep your hands busy. The adrenaline sometimes was nice. But I'm not really an adrenaline junkie per se.
No, and you don't strike me as someone who is afraid of what they might do without those rigid lines and rules, and without keeping your hands busy. It seems like you know exactly what you'll do. Perhaps people would find it distasteful.
You know, there's a lot of people in the department who believe in the utmost good. That folks who wear a badge are infallible. That's a stupid belief.
I agree.
But they believe it. They believe with all their heart and soul that anybody who works with a badge on is doing it for the greater good. I've seen it time and time again, proved wrong, but it doesn't matter. There's something that goes on in people's heads and their brains that lets them excuse anything for the greater good. Regardless. You see their reactions to real monstrosities. You see the way they, let's put it this way. If somebody you think is good and an upstanding citizen within the department turns out to be everything you've ever hunted down, well, that just breaks people's brains.
Yes.
You know, there was a man who, he's going around across them at the moment. He's picking up rangers and hurting them, holding them for days, torturing them, kidnapping, hurting, trying to kill them, that sort of thing. He's been sort of, he's been billed as some absolute relentless, remorseless killer. So I met him a few days ago. I met him before I left. I just wanted to look him in the eye and see what he was about. And when I tell you, it was the most disappointing thing I'd ever seen, as he sat there and making excuses about why he did what he did, about how it was for the greater good, to teach him a lesson. And I sat there, yawning through this conversation with him, realising I just wasted 40 minutes of my time. For a fucking human. Predictable, like I said.
I find you delightful. Refreshing.
Well, that's just bones under the flesh. There's nothing more.
That's a lie. Reminds
me of home, this place, in a weird way.
Where are you from?
Ocean. Well, I'm from a shat heap called Glasgow. Yeah, in Scotland. Horrible, horrible place. You'd be proficient with a knife before the week is out. But there's a lot of places that are just along the coastline, full of islands like this. The waves lap at the shore. A lot colder, I will say. A lot more windy. The wind sort of tears at you. It sort of gets behind your eyeballs if you've ever felt that before. It's not a pleasant feeling. But it kind of, that keeps you awake. But there's all these wee islands and full of secrets. And it's peaceful. That's why I left.
Do
What
you
peace
consider
seems-
yourself an honest person?
I'm honest unless I can dress it up. Which is to say, I don't lie. But sometimes folks aren't actually ready for the truth. Am I an honest person? Well, I've been living a lie. I've been living a lie for a long time. So no, perhaps I'm not an honest person, but I'll never utter a lie. Willingly.
I don't usually either. The truth is a lot more enjoyable for me.
And it makes people squirm.
Yes.
You like making people squirm?
Yes, I do. At least, I find it amusing. But the description of this man you encountered does not appeal to me. The idea
No.
of picking off individuals and taking my time with them. Not quite my type.
I understand, I just wish you had conviction. It would have been so much more interesting. That's all people are. They're just full of excuses.
The truth doesn't care about their excuses. It will expose them in time. But yes, unfortunately, it does tend to lead to some disappointing encounters for people, dare I say, like you and I.
You think that comparison can be made?
I don't know, I'm trying it out.
An island of misfits indeed. Apparently there's a lot of deputies on this island right now though.
Not
Seems
anymore.
to... No?
They left last night or the night before, I believe.
Aye, good. Good.
For me, it's not conviction. I find plenty of people who have conviction, but not honesty. They lack a fundamental understanding of themselves and their desires, and that is what I look for, and that is why I asked if you consider yourself an honest person. Do you know who you are? And it seems like you might.
I know exactly who I am. Doesn't mean I have to like it. That's the whole journey of discovery though, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose.
Is that why Nevada?
Nevada. Yes. Well, as a stopgap, for now, at least. That was the only posting I could find. And that'll do. I'll do probably for a few months. Until I've
More
learned
law
everybody.
work.
Aye. I don't think I could do anything else.
I used to feel that way.
What changed?
Not sure if that's comfort. What changed was my desire to not be a hypocrite. It was to not uphold an oath that I would feel I was being unfaithful to. And it was that being a law officer was an excuse that worked for a time. Past a certain point, that excuse wouldn't hold anymore.
That's interesting. Did you always feel like there was a hypocrisy on your work, or is that something that came about?
No, I feared the day would come that I would make myself a hypocrite by violating the oath that I wrote. So I chose to put it down in the hopes that might leave some part of it sacred and intact, I suppose.
There's still a lot of undersheriffs and sheriffs that specifically use your oath when deputising people.
The words have the meaning that we ascribe to them. I'm typically a very good person at picking the right ones.
Ah, you can say that again.
Does that move you? Your legacy?
I've had several deputies tell me that they're not my words anymore.
That's not an
I'm
answer.
glad they're in. Consider it a modicum of pride for a former life well lived. The one that is still mine, of course.
Frankly, I think that's bullshit anyway. Who gets to decide whose words they are, just because they've been co-opted? They were yours, are yours, will be yours. Whether you identify with them or not in the future.
I imagine it affords them some level of distance, which provides them comfort. Lest
Perhaps.
they descend into the monster that is former Sheriff Winward.
Half the department's so fucking green they couldn't even put respect to the name anyway.
Frankly, I prefer the prefix of X. That's the one people like to bandy around, you see. Ex-sheriff. Oathbreaker.
No, people love using words, don't they, though? Makes them feel good in the dead of night when they're having conversations around campfires about how upstanding they are. A small comfort, perhaps.
I was telling Delilah about the club of deputies that apparently all made pacts to never turn out like me.
Really now? Now that is fucking fascinating. And pathetic, quite frankly.
People find motivation in strange places. I guess spite is a valid one.
well, it's misplaced. From people who will never be able to make those decisions for themselves. That's what it boils down to most of the time, is people so afraid to make choices that might rattle other people.
But not you.
Frankly, I had few opportunities to even try and make a decision like that. To my disappointment.
A decision like what?
Shooting hostages, for example. Time and time again, I'd put myself in positions, desperate, in fact, to be forced into a choice that others wouldn't want to make. But nay, I suppose the fates had it out for me. Instead, I was just given plenty of complaints about other deputies saying things they didn't like, or saying boo to a goose and all that sort of bullshit. Just the boring stuff. Or maybe that's just a sign of the changing tides, the way the outlaws are these days. Politics everywhere. You know, I was kidnapped last week, or was it 2 weeks ago? Fuck, I don't know. By a very wanted criminal complaining about preferential treatment being given to other criminals. That's where we are at the moment. Kidnapped to suffer a 45-hour lecture on favouritism by a man of such low moral standards. Couldn't seem to accept who he was either.
The one I'd know, or after my time.
I may know him. He's called Jim Lee.
Oh.
I mean, God, the most interesting person recently has been Zip fucking Quill, and if that doesn't say something, I don't know what does. And he's dead now anyway.
I was about to say.
Oh no. Then what happened to Mr. Quill?
He got very, very angry about a ranger doing their job. So he spent 2 weeks on a crusade, hunting them down, kidnapping 2 rangers, then 3 rangers, then 4 rangers, till he eventually got to the one he was looking for. All the while proclaiming about the fact he was going to eat her. That was his plan, he wanted to eat her. Don't ask him why or how or any specifics, because he probably didn't have an answer for you. But he wanted to fucking eat this ranger for some reason, apparently, and he did catch up to her. And he chopped off 4 of her fingers, and instead of eating them, he gave them to his friend, and his friend ate them in front of her.
Interesting.
So, say what you will about him, but he's unpredictable.
That's
Anyway, that same night,
what I liked about him as well. He seemed to not make a lot of sense in the way that most people struggle very hard and spend most of their time trying to seem a certain way. And he had
he never cared.
No, he had a nonchalance about him that I found intriguing.
Well, there's a group of folk who currently live at McFarlane's ranch. They're known as vigilantes by and large. They like to keep the area of West Elizabeth clear of crime. Think there's some sort of junior police force, I suppose, except for they don't have compunction, they don't have any set of rules of the law hanging over their head to stop them from going too far. No sense of justice, as some folks might call it. And they got up with Zap and they killed him. Same night.
Conflicted feelings. His friend that ate the fingers, he's still alive?
Far as I know.
Who would that be?
I don't remember his name. I'd give you a name, but I'm not sure it's correct, so I'm not going to.
I see.
Sure the Rangers would know, though.
I'm sure they would. Something tells me they would not be likely to respond to my missives or accept a meeting with me at this time, however.
Aye, something tells me you'd be right.
Don't suppose the fervor for my arrest died down any after the church's death?
Quite frankly, most of the folks in the department are currently unable to see past the end of their own noses. So you're probably just a distant memory at this point.
Well, I plan to keep it that way.
I know a lot of folks who were involved in the case are no longer working or about.
I did meet with Lauman and, Julia Boswell to give my statement on everything that occurred once all the dust had settled.
And they didn't arrest you.
Well, no, I offered the conversation, and part of the deal was that I would not be apprehended. In exchange, I was going to give them all the SCSD firearms I'd acquired.
Was at least an interesting conversation.
I got to watch Julia Boswell stomp and spit and grit her teeth and deny that she was anything like me, and then ask me to convince her not to break the deal and drag me in anyway. As if
What?
I'd have the power.
What exactly do you think they mean when they say like you?
I'm not certain. My experience was that I was an attack dog that people liked having around. I guess I was a bit of a lightning rod for the Marshal's office displeasure for a time. That time being the majority of my career. And yet, there was some kind of accommodation for my effectiveness, my professionalism, my skill set. Lauded on one hand and scolded with the other. Always put in an impossible position. Up on a pedestal I did not ask for. But that makes it sound like I suffered. I must be honest, I think in part I did enjoy that infamy.
Almost as if folks realised that they knew you and yet could not seem to combine that with the fact that I didn't like that.
I would tell people that they were nothing like me. I would tell people that I was just a bastard at heart. A monster. And they would tell me that I was not, that I was good. And I think, in retrospect, it makes sense to me that they said those things because they believed that we were alike. After I tortured those people, I think they were upset that I'd been telling them the truth the whole time. And that they'd been wrong. Or perhaps they were scared that, in all their grandstanding and pedestal placing, they thought they were like me. And the sudden realization of what that looked like. Bit of a shock to the system, I guess.
I think there's a lot of people with wild fantasies about being able to do what you did. Few if pleased in the moment would be shitting
Like
themselves
you?
beyond belief.
Perhaps.
From time to time, I was compared. But it was a wrong comparison.
No, I mean, were you fantasizing about doing the things?
I wanted to be good for the department, and that's all I ever tried to be.
Is that true?
Yes. I know what my skill set is. I know that I'm good at bringing folks together like that. Folks who wanted someone who was blunt and forthright. That was me. And all I needed was the department to keep on fucking running. I needed those deputies to be the best fucking deputies they could be. I needed them to live in their delusions that maybe some of them were harder than they were or were better people than they were. Because the department needs that. It needs all of the different people.
And you needed to
run.
be kept in line.
I needed to be surrounded by good people.
I fell into that trap once upon a time.
Which one?
You look at your reflection in the water, and you're scared that the water's not deep enough. You're scared that you're so shallow that all you can do is reflect what is around you. I was perceived to be good for a long time because I surrounded myself with good people. Whether they perceived themselves as such, or that was the consensus given to them. You know, people think the Windwards are good people. Every single one of us, a broken bastard. From start to last. Clem's the best of us, and even she's a fucking mess.
Maybe that's just what community is most of the time. People projecting what they need on other people. I mean, fuck, who really knows anybody? Do you really know yourself? Is yourself even a person? Do they even exist inside any descriptor? Can you even be a person? Because all you are is what everybody else sees of you. At least that's all that ever mattered. Was what people saw of you. Because you can pretend then, you can lie, it can be whatever you want to be once you know what people are looking for.
Who are the good people you surrounded yourself with?
You. There's folks like Dovey Parker. Sadie Parker. Fuck me, there's so many Parkers in this department now. There's folks who stop at nothing to find the truth. Maybe they're not necessarily good people, but there are people with hearts of gold. Fallible people, though, because those hearts of gold usually drift down the river of greater good intentions.
Sounds like not too many examples jumped to mind. It was more of a feeling, yes, that a department must, by nature, be filled with good people, that it would be the right place to be for someone that is concerned about straying.
It's just needed. Because, as far as I can see it, the way societies are built is by the whims of the collective. People who come together and make rules because they seem to make sense to the majority of people. Stuff that just makes society work. Society seems to be working at the moment, at least, last time I checked. You can't do that without a functioning law department. So I guess I just always felt like there was necessity to trying to keep a status quo.
If you consider the society to be worth preserving, then I follow your line of logic very closely.
I suppose you just have to look at some people and realise that there are people that have to be kept in check. Because if we just followed our whims, well, we wouldn't be able to enjoy most of the luxuries we have before us.
But peaceful souls cannot create peace, can they?
Precisely. Which is why folks need balance. Which is
Takes
why
a
when they...
warlike disposition to secure peace.
Which is why it's supreme hypocrisy that folks can consider perhaps ex-Sheriff Rabbit Windward and say, I don't want to be anything like that, because they're just ignoring the fact that there needs to be. I don't know. I don't claim to be smart.
What's the difference between a hero and a martyr?
He's a martyr, not just a hero who died.
Both are tied to sacrifice. A hero is willing to sacrifice oneself. A martyr is one who is sacrificed. So I suppose I see what you're saying. Someone could be a hero and a martyr all at once. Someone sent to the slaughter, who also gave themselves willingly. Heroes can win battles. They can't win wars. You want to win a war, you need someone that's willing to make martyrs out of men. To give them the chance to be heroes in the first place. A lot of people don't realize that society that you care for is built on blood. That's the brick and mortar, sinew and bone. Violence is human nature, expecting to hold on to anything we've gained with anything but. That's a pipe dream.
That's the problem with progress. Manages to cover everything in its wake. That's how people forget.
Heroes and martyrs are the same. One seeks salvation in the adoration of others, and the other in their own suffering. They are little more than narcissists in capes. Their self-sacrifice is theater, done for applause. And I often find their virtue as fragile as porcelain, and just as easily shattered.
Department has its fair share of martyrs, doesn't it?
I wouldn't know.
I wasn't asking you.
You know, perhaps there was a time where the people would be falling over themselves to become martyrs. I think these days folks are a bit more scared. It's an interesting thought. How could a person be a martyr without a lust for status? There's deputies who just love getting cozy with the paper, so the paper writes about them all the time and their heroic deeds.
Is that so?
It's certainly interesting how much it shapes the public's eye, and to think these deputies are the department.
I believe that's the sin of pride. Why Guarma?
I met Herbie a few weeks ago when I told him that Hank Hansen was planning to blow this island up.
I see.
I'll keep hearing about this place. Well, somebody sold me a box of Guarman tobacco. A few months back now, in fact. And you know what? If there's one vice I have, it's smoking. And it was good tobacco.
I always had a fondness for the tobacco of this place. It's quite a trek, I'm afraid.
I am starting to fear as much. Well, luckily I've got a couple of packs here to keep me going, to make it all the way up there. My knees are not what they used to be. And you see, there's another fucking problem. Half the department's young. They're all in their 20s. They're all 21. Barely fucking babies themselves. Pride comes easily when you're that young.
I see. Well, you are the first officer, or I should say former officer of the law I've had the chance to speak to since everything went down. At least after my little conversation with Lauman.
Did he also proclaim he wanted to be nothing like you?
No, I felt no judgment from Caden, funnily enough.
Aye, he seemed like somebody who was not so emotionally driven.
He did attempt to appeal to parts of me that did not exist, but I cannot blame him for trying. That sort of is the job description after all.
portraits, I
never
think.
liked asking people to turn themselves in unless I genuinely wanted to avoid harming them. Most of the time, I always hoped they'd say no. They offered me to serve my entire stint in Annesburg as if that was an attractive offer. I found that amusing.
It's just another form of torture, quite frankly. Especially having to deal with listening to all the Van Horn folks coming in and out. Do you know one of those folks I had to chase around Valentine this time last year? He was running around on all fours, going yap, 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 yip, 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 bark, 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 biting people. And now he's a regular outlaw in Van Horn, robbing banks. My mind fucking boggles. Regardless, that's quite an insult.
Would you take that deal? 5,000 days in Annesburg?
I would go fucking loopy in a cell on my own for that long. You'd find the walls covered in blood from my own fucking knobs of fingers. I don't think I could survive.
No, I said they had nothing to offer me. They disagreed.
That's always the
Talk about
problem, though,
reducing
isn't
my
it?
time.
But
It
you're a
is.
lawman. You're a fucking... You got nothing to offer, really, have you?
It is one of those things that typically hampers you. It's not like we can offer money. We certainly can't offer protection.
That's just part of the process, though, isn't it? You've got your rules. You've got your consequences. I never particularly cared for giving people anything other than what I was supposed to.
Well, the way I phrased it to them was, do you know who were the two people that received the worst treatment in the penitentiary?
Who?
Torturers and ex-law. My time in a prison, I'm sure I could abide if I had to go to one, but the idea of subjecting myself to the whims of the people that operate that place, there's not a sweet enough deal on the face of the earth.
Oh, why? They don't even try to pretend.
But that was Boswell's point. She believed it was hypocrisy because I spent so long putting people in the penitentiary. She said it was cowardice that I was refusing to face my judgment.
It's a big word. From someone refusing to face what's most likely a part of him. I fear for the department with the amount of people who seem afraid to face human nature. But then I'm just a hypocrite as well.
Oh,
Who the
these
fuck
things
is it?
have a way of working themselves out.
Well, what's your plan?
What's my plan?
Aye, we're still, last I remember, heavily wanted.
What does qualify as heavily wanted these days? I feel those numbers have shot up considerably.
There's 2 people wanted at the moment for over 15,000 days.
Well, I'm just a drop in the bucket compared to those two.
Aye, well, you should be so lucky.
I don't recall the exact amount. I think it was between 3 and 5.
Anything over 5 to me is, well, you've been pretty busy. Regardless,
My plan is to return to an old pastime of mine.
Oh, forgive me, I don't think I knew or know too much about you to make any assumptions as to what that was.
Apparently, it was giving advice to people that needed it most.
And who most needs advice?
The people that come looking for me will need that advice dearly, I believe. Are you faithful? Do you believe in something? Anything?
Not particularly.
I was raised Catholic. You may offer your condolences if you like.
My deepest.
Regardless, I always found a degree of direction and clarity in the words. I learned my Latin. I learned my prayers. It was foundational in helping me gain a perspective on the world. My recent experiences have shaken that faith, shall we say.
When you say foundational, understanding people or systems or both?
One cannot define morality unless they are comparing it against something else. It doesn't exactly exist in blank space. Morality or rules are not born from nothing or from the dark. They are born from context, from people navigating the world, trying to make sense of it. I built my personal code from old laws, I suppose. Some you can find in that book. Others are more ephemeral, I suppose. Do you know what the law of hospitality is?
No, I don't.
If you welcome someone into your home, they're under your protection. Traditionally, one offers bread and salt, or an imbibement. The understanding is, by inviting them to the place in which you live, you are entering a concord, a pact. And according to some old laws, those that violated that law murdered people in their own home, shot welcome guests in the back, that sort of thing. They would be due divine punishment tenfold. Something a little Old Testament, perhaps.
Divine. Godlike. Judgment at the gates of
Perhaps.
hell.
So I built my code from a number of things, including my faith. However, in the end, it didn't save anybody associated with the church. I thought I could break indoctrination in others. I believed if my faith was strong enough, I could untie the knot that had been tied. Turns out it was more of a Gordian knot, so to speak. The only salvation for souls corrupted such as this is purgation. Before the rot spreads. And so, now the dust has settled and the ashes cooled, I have to find a new faith. Guarma is brimming with understandings and interpretations, its own spirit, its own patron deity. I'm here to learn about that. And hopefully with that, or in parallel to that, or at worst in spite of it, I will guide some wayward souls, should they find themselves here.
Are you looking to make your own set of rules again?
Not my own. Thou shalt not kill is right out, I'm afraid. I stay over at the church these days. But you're a sojourner. You're just stopping by, right?
Aye. Something like that.
Are you seeking guidance?
I don't think so. I'm seeking a pathway hemmed in by railings, a railroad track.
You seek certainty.
Every year that goes by, it gets a wee bit harder. Because with certainty comes predictability, and with predictability comes boredom, and yada yada yada.
And idle hands, etc.
Precisely.
Do you fear what those idle hands become? What is the worst case scenario? Will you kill someone?
Or enjoy it?
The worst case scenario is both of those things, and knowing that there's no way back.
Certainty is a luxury afforded to those who understand human nature in its purest form. It's not a guess. It's not a hope. It's not guidance. It's not a railway. It is a clarity that comes from embracing your nature, the one you know resides deep within you, and wielding it without hesitation. You won't find it in Nevada.
It's like I said to you. Some societies are built on foundations of belief, of hope. Hope in the people that guide you. I had to put down the badge here, so I did not shake that belief and that hope. I don't fear anything about what I am, but there is a dance to control and to denial. A dance that has captivated me for time enough, at least. There's something truly enticing about knowing that you can take something that's right there in front of you, and you can crush it, you can take it if you want to. and not letting yourself do it.
Do you like that? The restraint, the restriction you impose on yourself.
That is the foundation of my entire life.
Yes, but is it born of the pleasure of it and not necessity?
I was born of necessity, but it became a pleasure.
I see.
My mother was a very good person. Nothing like me. You know, it's very difficult to make decisions and judgments based on morality when your only driving force was, what would my mother do? I've not seen her since I was 10.
Well then, Gwen, what would your mother do?
My mother would have held Eleanor Barker's hand last week when she witnessed 3 of the deputies get shot down in front of her and had to negotiate her way out. Should have patted her on the head, given her a hug, told her everything will be okay. She would have telegrammed Clementine, made sure Clementine was fine and not alone in this world. She would have sat down next to every deputy who suffered a loss and made sure that they were still able to continue with their job, not because she was selfishly in need of their service, but because she cared deeply about other people. Well, that was always the problem. The hypocrisies, because I don't care, and I can't say I ever really have. I just know what people want to hear.
A good parrot.
A good fucking parrot. And if there's one thing people like, it's laughing. So by God did I make people laugh. That's not delusion I live under, because I know exactly what I could do. But sometimes I was just thinking about whether or not the self-restraint is worth it.
You're not afraid of what you are, but you're aware there'd be a cost.
Imagine, I think about the deputies who telegrammed me when I left and told me about how I was a role model to them, how much they respected what I did for them and for the department. I think about them learning all the things they called Pedro Alvarez, this man who murdered and tortured rangers, called him some very interesting names, this remorseless, horrible person. Imagining them realising that I'm everything they thought that man was. How much it would shake the foundation of their beliefs in the justice system, knowing it's being held up by people like me. Now, I don't have an ego, per se, but I know that that can be enough to send echoes. Do I want to be responsible for that? I don't know. Haven't decided yet.
You've put a grave deal of weight upon your shoulders.
Perhaps, and perhaps that is martyrdom. So perhaps I'm no better than anybody else, any other self-serving narcissist.
You say you're self-serving. I'm not sure I entirely believe it.
If the act of denial is indeed pleasurable, then yes, she is.
I suppose you have me there.
I've used the department for my own good for the past 2 years. Every time I've had a conversation with a deputy and tried to help them be a better person, It's not because I have some moral standpoint that makes me want them to be a good person. It's because I need them. Everything I've ever done is self-serving.
My interest in you stems from your need. Your need, not want. That's a word you keep using. You need to be surrounded by good people. And yet, you say you also enjoy the restraint. I understand if it was originally born out of perceived necessity, and it has since become something delicious. But I find it strange to still believe it, I suppose. I consider myself to be quite patient, but rarely do I deny myself what I want.
Why not?
Because I want it.
Does it not make getting it ever so sweet when you've waited for it?
In a way, I suppose.
Perhaps truly the denial comes in understanding there'll be disappointment. Nothing's ever quite what you hope it'll be, is it? What happens then? When you've denied yourself for so long? And then you eventually give in to what you want, and it's just so fucking passé, so boring. There's no reason not to give in over and over again at that point. Nothing ever satisfies the itch.
On that, we disagree.
I suppose there is a thrill in exactly that for me. And not quite knowing if it would be everything I ever wanted it to be.
Yes, I agree with that. There is an anticipation, a thrill, a desire, a lust that comes with the not knowing. Of the chase, of the observation, of the study. And perhaps I'm realizing in this moment I should consider myself lucky. Because for the most part, any pursuit, any desire I actually have acted upon ended in an extremely satisfactory way for myself.
Did you have expectations?
Yes.
That's gone on my hip. That's called low expectations. That's interesting. Did you have to put work into feeling satisfaction, or did it just come naturally?
Depends on what you mean by work.
Preparation, pre-thought. Did you have to spend months meditating, building up to understanding?
Not meditating, no. But yes, there was preparation, a dance. And I can see why one would draw a parallel to withholding. They are, in fact, similar. It is savoring the beginning part of the dance.
Tell me, if you will, when you say these things about satisfying your whims, what have you found most satisfying so far?
Every time is different. The thing I cherish the most, that moment is never the same. But each one is incredibly honest. No hiding. No masks. Just truth. And we alone share it.
Intimacy.
Yes. I crave an intimacy of acknowledgement and understanding. And you are correct, I rarely find it. And there have been times in my life where I think I have it, where I think it lies on the horizon. And ultimately, I am left disappointed.
Does that make the craving stronger?
What an interesting question. Yes, I think it does. I find I can get agitated like a dog if it's dangled in front of me and then taken away. And then I must find something to do with my idle hands.
But that doesn't make it any sweeter for you.
No.
Do your
Because it's not
standards.
possible. Do you see? For example, if I wanted intimacy with you, and we did a little dance, we started to unravel each other, and it became clear to me that you were not what I was looking for. We would not be intimate in the way that I hoped. It doesn't make the next intimacy with someone else sweeter, because what I wanted was you. I don't want intimacy with anyone. I want intimacy with the people that intrigue me. And if I don't get it, I am simply disappointed.
Worst places to be disappointed in, I suppose.
Not if it's the only thing you crave.
I'm gonna go look for this tobacco. But I'll be around for the next couple of days. I'm sure I'll be back up here. It's nice meeting you. And good to see you're well.
Nice meeting you properly, Wild.
That's Gwen.
Gwen.
Aye. Stay well.
Do come back.
I'm sure I will.
Well, that was unexpected.
I didn't hate it. Certainly an odd feeling.
There are many people who wander in here, making declarations. This is who I am. I am unshakable, immovable, tough. An outlaw, a gunslinger, a murderer. Hollow. Pleading. I don't think I have ever encountered someone so matter-of-fact. She's the first one I believed.
There was a certain resigned grace about her that I haven't seen before.
A perfect choice of words as usual. Resigned grace is exactly right.
Well, if I have any curse from the gods above, it's certainly a fair perfect wordplay, even at inopportune times. Ireland does love to throw certain sentiments back in our faces, however.
And which one are you considering?
There was a few there.
Yes.
Actually, a staggering amount
Yes.
when I think about it, just how many.
Right in a row.
Should have read her cards.
I will offer next time. It was interesting to watch you both spar with words for a moment. There was a bitterness there, not necessarily for each other, just present. It was very stimulating for me.
I could tell. I'm gonna ask you a question. Are you disappointed in me?
Yes.
Not what I wanted to hear, as if for what we've already discussed.
I think that was the most direct way to answer your question. But I think it is far more complicated. I think this is what I always wanted between the two of us, this honesty, this equalness. For you to see me and be unafraid.
Stop putting each other on pedestals, perhaps.
Yes. This is what I wanted. But I think I am disappointed that I did not bear witness that I was, for a large part, removed from the transformation process. And the transformation was not born out of a need for clarity. They tortured you. They molded you into what they needed, another tool. And I always wanted for you I always wanted for your shackles to be removed gently, affectionately, with a brutal tenderness. Perhaps my narcissism has tricked me into thinking only I could deliver. I find it distasteful what was done to you. It, despite our candidness now, it added more barriers and layers between us in ways that were not there before. It's removed some, yes, but it added some too. And that is what disappoints me.
I don't regret the road I've taken, though.
I know you don't. And I'm glad for you. There is a peace in you that was not there before. I suppose I am guilty in the vain desire to be the one to provide it to you. So no, I'm not disappointed in you.
May I venture a guess? And perhaps it is pure conjecture, but I don't think you would have liked me, what I would have become if you had been the one to undo all those shackles. I don't think you would have found this candor, this equivalence between us. I think you'd be plagued by a different doubt.
Which is?
That you'd made me into your tool. I suppose it's hard to guess at things that haven't happened, and
No, you're right. You are right. I made a conscious effort not to pull at you, not to tug you in my direction. I think you and I were both aware of that.
it's the most love and freedom anyone has ever given me, though.
And for that I am glad. I think I misspoke. If you will allow me a correction.
Of course.
I am not disappointed in you. I am jealous.
Now possessive, I've seen. Jealous, I'm not so sure.
I am.
What do you think would alleviate that jealousy?
I don't know. They're all dead. There's no use thinking about it. I should remain logical about it. And I don't often use words like that. Because, again, you're right. Maybe I would not have a doubt-free reflection of you, were I the one to remove, to strip you away. But I don't like that someone else did it. I also don't like that I don't like it. Obsession, possession. I felt so comfortable in the knowledge of exactly what parts of you I possessed. I did not expect the transformation. I didn't see it. Coming, it blindsided me. And I don't like that either. I don't like being caught by surprise, it turns out. At least not in that way.
Not to overindulge you in credit, but I still think I'd find your fingerprints on me.
I thought I would be okay. And for a time I was. Morgan told me you were held for 12 days, was it? Or 14?
16 nights.
Yes, you told me the real number, but I was told something else. And at the time I remember thinking, I hope it is what he wanted. But as time went on, I started to imagine their hands on you. What they were doing, the marks they were making. And I started to get angry. That is not an emotion I feel very often.
I understand.
I hope that was enough of an answer for you.
It was more than enough. Thank you.
There has only been one other time where I had the chance at such intimacy. A mutual understanding. A recognition of that deepest, darkest part. So I'm afraid I did not know how to approach you. The feelings I had about you, have about you. It's all new for me.
It's a little new to me too, to be honest. I don't want to hide parts of myself away anymore.
It's all I ever wanted.
All I want is know everything about you. I understand that might be a little soul-bearing, but I never used to ask.
I know. One day, you would say, I have no desire to hide from you. I never have. I expect we will have ample opportunity to get to know each other.
Could you tell me a story?
If you'd like.
Maybe you can tell me the premise. A promise for something that you'll give to me later.
And what story is that? I think I know, but I want to hear you say it.
I'd like to start small, if that's all right. I want to know where you're from. I remember telling you my sorry origin in those medical tents. I want whatever that is for you. I know I said start small. Perhaps I meant start at the beginning.
I was born twice. Yo. Yo. How dare. There were only 3 minutes left. I was trying to pick a good spot to fade out. Denied. Yep. How dare you? Yep. I forget exactly what I said, but we'll see it again another time, I'm sure.
I'm sure. Do you hear my cat losing his fucking mind? Okay, hold on. You want to sing a song? You want to sing to them? You want to sing a song? Where are you? Come sing. Come here. I don't know if you can hear him, but it's ridiculous. Okay, we can pause for a fucking second, right? We can take a breath after that. And log back in and see if we've heard from or can find Dalloway. Oh, what is this? Go change your shirts. Can I play this now? It's just as well. It feels like we've been holding our breaths for a while now. Yeah, I gotta be honest with you. I forgot how intense that was. That was incredibly intense. That was incredibly intense. Like, huge shout out, by the way. Can we, I don't know. I'll do it. Hold on. I got it. Okay. First of all, you need to go follow Leah. Okay. Who played the sheriff that walked in, Gwen. The crazy, murderous Scottish woman. Cause she just brought a level of God, of intensity, of mystery, she was fucking delicious, dude. I think I said delightful, but the first word that came to mind was delicious. I did not know she'd left law. Me either, until she showed up and fucking said that shit. That was crazy. So first of all, go follow Leah, because she came in, and the fact that she came in the way that she did right after. So the thing that we missed at the beginning, we started that scene. I kind of just picked a moment and went, and what we started the scene right when Delilah was saying, I'm not really interested in torture, is kind of what she was saying. And then she was explaining her like kill type sort of to Rabbit/Sam. And it's a very honest conversation that they, it's a very honest conversation that they never had before. And in one of these conversations, Delilah essentially says, you wouldn't have liked me either. Right there, Sam says, I don't think you would have liked me because you would have thought I was another tool. But Delilah actually says that back, saying, I think, it just so happens that the people I like to prey on fit within your moral compass. And you would have been able to look the other way for a while, but eventually that would have faded. And you would have realized, I'm not doing it for justice. I'm not doing it for punishment. I'm doing it because I like it. And I think that you would have found that gross. You wouldn't have liked that very much at all. But what was very interesting that we missed, that I feel like obligated to tell you, I'm so sorry, you can hear him going nonstop. He's fine, I promise. Is that she says to Rabbit, basically, essentially, like, what are you into, kind of. And he says, I like to hunt down cannibals. That's what they're talking about before Delilah goes into saying, oh, I'm not into torture. They were talking very bluntly about what they like in violence. And then Gwen comes in and is just like out the gate talking about all the things that they were talking about in the previous conversation. It was so good. But then also that moment when Sam goes is that person the person who ate the fucking finger? What's their name? That was so good because it's essentially Sam being like, give me a name. I'm going to go hunt this person down. And I was like, I can't believe this just fucking happened. That was so juicy. I can't believe I got to watch you fish for info for a kill. Leah probably thrilled to share some more of Gwen. Yeah, for sure. God, I want to peel her apart like a fucking onion. I hope she comes back to the bar. Dear God, her character is so refreshing and interesting. And I also love that she had the balls to just kind of be like, yeah, fuck it. It must have been so cathartic for her. You could tell it was cathartic for the character too, right? To just be like, fuck it. I got away with it. I was wearing a mask the whole time, but here I am, right? And it had that feeling to it that just like, fuck it all. I'm going to Nevada anyway, so it doesn't matter who I tell. But I also like, I feel like, you know, watching that, oh God, I'm sorry, I'm now gushing about the role play, but there's so much was happening in that scene, man. Like Leah and Flick going at each other intellectually was like super hot, dude. It was like, what the fuck is going on? They were like, you know, it was like they were sparring with each other with words, and Leah was just like fucking punching Rabbit Sam in the gut with like, here's this, you know, oh, I hear, like, not once did Rabbit Sam say their name, right? And then Gwen is just like, oh yeah, do you hear, I hear people talk about this when they talk about a former sheriff or disgraced Sheriff Winward. I don't know what it was, but it was very much like, oh, fuck you. And then they were like, fuck you back and forth. And then, yeah, it was fucking excellent, dude. Oh, it was so delicious. It was absolutely fucking delicious. And there was some really good, like, text RP, too, that we got to do. So for those who were only listening to that, there were a couple of really cool moments where Gwen looked directly at Delilah, and Delilah was fixed on Gwen, where Rabbit Sam was watching Delilah's reaction. There was a lot of that, too, which was really neat. Yeah, just like, man, holy shit. Just, and I think, actually, I'm realizing right now in this moment, that's the first time I've been in a long scene with Leah since she was Frankie. So it felt really good in that regard too, to be in a situation where it's like, I'm playing a spider with two other spiders in the room. I loved Sam's question to Delilah, are you disappointed in me? I knew I had to say yes, but that was actually incredibly difficult for me, PB. Because I just think that that was very hurtful words, but I knew that I needed to stick to it, and I think I'm glad I did, because Delilah saying yes I am, and then thinking out loud, because here's the thing, Delilah, nobody asks Delilah questions really, like that. Gwen fucking just outright being like, "What's your favorite part?" And I feel like Del is in a place right now where, you know, I've always considered her to be pretty honest if people want to ask. You know, if they ask, she will tell them for the most part. But I think that's wrong. I think that was Delilah's perception of herself, but it wasn't actually true. I think she was incredibly guarded, or perhaps the pauses in dialogue with people unsettled them, like where she would pause before she would answer and people would find that uncomfortable. I was shocked that whole jealous thing came out. Well, so yeah, me too, but it's the truth, and it's something that I realized, because the thing is when I originally found Rabbit as Delilah, I was like, oh, I as a player, PB, I don't want to do I'm jealous of somebody else fucking with you, or you playing with another character, or, you know, like, you know, I there are going to be tons of villains that want you, Sheriff Winward, as their antithesis, right? They're going to want you, and that's totally fine. And me as a player, I'm like, obviously I want Flick to have all the RP with all the other people. I never want to play a character that is going to be like, I'm jealous of your RP with somebody else or your interactions with another character, and so I'm going to punish you for it. I'm not interested in that. As a person, me, PB, I don't want to do that. So I made a very conscious decision in the very beginning when I realized that Delilah had these kind of very possessive feelings of Rabbit, that I wanted it to stay with that I wanted to be like, oh yes, do whatever you want, let somebody else shoot you, let somebody else, grab you and torture you. I don't care. I know what I have of yours, and it's the only important part. I have the most important part, so I don't care. And then I realized after they had been, kind of, kidnapped and tortured and whatnot, and there was this kind of, again, this transformation, because for Delilah, and we saw that in the conversation, right, where she was like, anybody, she kind of sort of attacked Rabbit for being prideful, but it wasn't for being prideful. It was lying about the fact that they were proud, or lying to themselves, and then also Delilah, right? Like the whole thing with Rabbit Sam has been, I'm Wrath. Wrath is my sin. And, like even biting Sam there in that moment to say, like, did that move you? Does that move you? The idea that people in the department are saying your oath, and then he replied with a non-answer, and Delilah went, that's not an answer. Already knowing you like it, I know you like it, but I just want you to fucking admit it, not just in front of me, but in front of this stranger too. It was very, there's a lot of tension and anger between them. But it's complex because it's Flick, So we've also had scenes since then. I'm so sorry. Listen, there's somebody listening right now that's like, wow, she's fucking awful. Her cat is screaming nonstop and she's just ignoring him. He's sick. He's recovering from acute pancreatitis and he's diabetic and trying to figure out the insulin levels. So I'm fully aware. Trust me, I love him so much. And if you can hear him, I apologize, but he's okay. Aren't you, buddy? Huh? Aren't ya? Anyway, it's like this. We've had scenes since then where the murder lust is still there between the characters. That idea of, we could potentially still hopefully kill each other in the woods one day, because that was their dream, right? Their dream was to either run off into the sunset together, killing people together, or it was to kill each other. And after this, it feels like, they're more honest than they've ever been, which is incredible. But also what I find really beautiful about RPing with Leah and also Flick is that they both will very beautifully weave back in the things that we talk about at the beginning of the scene, like Leah bringing it back around to idle hands and all that kind of stuff. They just they constantly do that as players, and it really was just like I was on fire after that scene. Like I was so excited that I got to RP with Leah again after so long, and on a character that I knew Hawk. Del knew Hawk as well. And I just I didn't get the opportunity to RP with her too much, except towards the end, right before she died. And so to run into another character of hers where I could sit and her character just fucking stimulated me, dude. Like me, PB, as a person. I find that her character incredibly interesting, but also from Delilah's perspective, this idea of withholding purposefully is something I don't think she's ever fucking experienced before. And she's so intrigued. Sit her down, peel her back like an onion, tell me why you withhold this pleasure from yourself and why it feels good. Like she just wants to know all about her now, and can I break you? Can I just nudge you in the right direction to which you want to, indulge? Also, I love that not once did we really talk about what we were saying, right? Like, I think everyone knows we were talking about murdering people, but it wasn't like we were like, yeah, I like to murder people. I like the moment when I watch the life leave their eyes because it's intimate, It was none of that. It was very much just like, the moment isn't the same. It's different for everyone, but it's honest. Everyone knew what the fuck we were talking about. You know what I mean? Ugh, they're just fucking delicious to play with. They're so good. Ugh. Ugh. But also, yes, I think Della's always so calm, ominously calm. When she said she was angry with jealousy, damn. Yeah. I also really appreciate both Leah and Flick do this because I experience it more on Delilah than I do other characters, but they both provide me the silence and space to just be Delilah, because I find a lot of people, there are a lot of role players, a lot of actors in general, we have anxiety. And I think a lot of people don't like silence. And Delilah is a character where I need silence. I need that space to be able to pause, think, reflect, and then respond, because she doesn't have conversations very often. It's not something she's super used to. So I purposely take a moment to like pause and reflect before I speak, and they just let me do it. They just will shut the fuck up and, let me go. And head rabbit Sam interrupted that train of thought at the end. I wouldn't have I wouldn't have been able to say I'm jealous of the fact that they fucking cut you open. Who thinks that way, first of all? And second of all, bro, that was so important for her to be able to say. For her to say, I wanted you all to myself. And even though it's super fucked up to think about. I'm pissed off that somebody else cut you open. What the fuck? But yeah, it's good shit. Good shit. Good shit. They're really, 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 really good. And that was an incredible scene. So please go follow them both. Blaze. Yeah. I also did not, just so we're aware, there was literally only 3 minutes left of that video when I faded out. I didn't reveal any huge lore. I think I said one more line, and then Rabbit Sam walked out. I was just trying to find a good spot to fade because I didn't want to just show you guys a fucking log out screen, because that's not as fun. Absolutely S tier exchanges. Yeah, it was good. It was really, really good. I loved it. I'm glad we watched that one instead of the other one, because I think when we go back and we do watch it's also incredibly hostile. Della's pretty hostile to Sam when he shows up for the first time again. But that was just crazy, dude. Also, I don't think first, okay, 2 cool moments there. Okay? I mean, lots of cool moments, but there was another cool moment when fucking Sam was basically like, shut the fuck up, Delilah. I wasn't asking you. Whoa, I loved it. And I was like, okay, I'm going to shut the fuck up until somebody says something directly to me or something I cannot resist responding to. And it ended up being Gwen talking about withholding. The pleasure of the kill, I assume. I don't know for sure. There was a tone in Sam's voice. There was a tone in all of our voices that changed. Did Delilah actually tell her origin story? No. Nope. So that's what I was kind of trying to reassure you guys, that didn't happen. There was only 2 minutes left of that VOD. So I assume, because what happened was Sam said, tell me the premise with the promise that you'll tell me the story next time, another day. And I think I said something along the lines of I was born twice. The first time to a woman of no consequence, and the second time in the streets of New Orleans. And that's it. That's pretty much all I said. And I think Sam goes, I look forward to the tale, and walks out or something like that. Should have let it go a little longer, but second time, first murder. Yes. No, that is not true at all. the first one that really kind of I guess you'll find out. Okay, let's pause for a second. Actually, it's 3:00. Let's log on. See if we can't see any signs of Mary Dalloway. And then if we can't, we call it a day. Oh, yes, that's right. I totally forgot. Zen sent us something. Hold on.
In the darkness, she waits for her victims to stray. One by one, they fall to the killer in the alleyway.
This is about the horses.
Hit your horse if you care. You shouldn't take the dare. You'll lose every time to the killer with the name Deadly Hitchless Rain.
Oh, nice.
Make sure you hitch this time.
God damn it, Zen. You're so fucking skilled, dude. That is amazing. I don't know if we can do that, but I am intrigued at the idea of a fucking horse murderer that, lasts for maybe 3 weeks, a month max before I let them get fucking executed for killing horses. But my God, what a thing that would be. What a thing that would be. Jesus. Okay. My darling doves. Let's take a quick breather. We're going to log on. It's going to be real time here. No guarantee that we will find what we're looking for. But I'm going to just pee real quick and then I'll be right back and we'll log back in. Okay. Yo, I can't believe I ran into Indy last night. Crazy. Do you have a playlist for all the music you use? I do. If it's available on the platform, all my characters have an individual playlist on Spotify. Let me see if I have Dell OST. Nope. Okay, hold on. Give me 2 seconds and I'll grab it for you. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Here it is. Bam, baby. And yes, that song is on there. It is Blood in the Bayou, I think, by Spearfisher is the name of that song, and it is incredible. It's one of my favorites. Okay. An apt name. I know. It's so good. I think that's the name of it, right? Sorry, we're just in the login window here. Okay. Good. Are we ready? Yes, we are. I'm going to put a marker in here so that I can highlight those parts. Because we're flipping through time here. We're flipping through time. God, this Munt face drawing of Delilah is disgustingly good, dude. Munt, why are you so good? Munt, please. Munt, could you not be so good? Dear God. Dear God. Whoa. Did you see that horse appear and disappear? Damn. No fucking way is that horse gonna start walking. Damn, dude. Where's Alder? Interesting. Where are you going? The alley I just left. A lot of horses, but not a lot of people.
I don't live anywhere right now. A vagabond as well.
I'm just going to stand here for a second and purposely not open my telegrams so people can see that I'm not actually here to check my telegrams in case they're looking. Creepy person just in the fucking telegram station not checking telegrams.
Yeah.
Long enough?
Yeah, it's all okay.
That was 4 people in there, right? Not including the person checking the telegrams. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4 horses, 5. And then there's this woman over here, right? And whoever you are. Fucking boxes. Markish, hello. Welcome in. How was your day? What were you doing? What were you streaming? I'm being a creep at the moment. I did a Twitch Wrapped stream. What is that? Like our year in? Talked about the games I played and did a game introvert vote tournament. Oh, so Brad's year-end thing. Once again, stealing from Brad. Got it. I should have known. Something no other streamer has ever done in the history of streaming. Brad started it. Listen, I can be, I'm allowed to be a little brat. I'm allowed to be a little bitch. Oh, hello. Ooh, delicious. Who are you? Does she have red hair? I like the red luscious locks. That was delicious. Oh my god, just sitting at the table. 100% sure Brad always has original ideas and never does anything that others do. That's what I was saying. Oh yeah, come on. Follow me, little one. Oh my god. What a game that we will play together. Ooh. There's a lot of people walking around. Oh, I'm not falling for that fucking again. Jesus, you are such a creep. I am such a huge creep on this character. I'm sorry. It's part of why I never stream her. I don't want people to see how creepy I am when I play her. Do you think she'll like cut the corner? Do you think she'll like come down here? Do you think she'll go down here? Do you think she'll expect that I'm gonna go down there? We're playing a little game, this bird and I. What was that? What the fuck? Are you guys hearing that? What is that? Uh-oh. Shut the fuck up. Oh. Oh. Oh, hi. Is someone upstairs or someone on the roof? Oh my god. I got back from the stores. Oh. Someone upstairs. Oh my god. I did not even know you could hear that from here. Holy shit. What did you do? We watched a crazy fucking scene with Leah and Flick that we had a couple weeks ago. And then we're back on trying to stalk a new playmate, maybe. We're stalking a detective at the moment to see if they want to play with us. Which means we could be here for an hour and nothing could happen. Oh, hi. I just want to be seen around here so that if, you know, the detective's like, hey, have you seen anybody around here? People have the opportunity to be like, yeah, I saw this fucking weird woman, you know, standing in the alleyway, not doing anything for an hour. That's the same guy again, huh? This person here intrigues me. I don't know why. That guy in the coat. Do I recognize him? Don't answer me. I'm speaking out loud. Who are you? You came out of the theater. Are you one of the people I saw earlier? Is there something in the theater for somebody to pick up? Are they doing like a drop, you think? Oh, who the fuck are you? Who the fuck was that? Uh-oh, my brain is lighting up. My brain is lighting up. So who's this motherfucker in the red? I have a weird thing on Dell's sheet of bullshit that she pays attention to. And somebody in a full red head to toe is one of those, one of her omens. Like the other day I ran into somebody who was dressed in red head to toe walking on foot on the road. And I stopped everything and offered them a ride and then gave them $200 to buy a horse. Orchestra, are you still in here? We just watched a scene, but I realized while we were watching it that it was the first time I've been able to RP with Leah since she played Frankie. I think there's that motherfucker again. Walking around like a creep. Who the fuck are you? Don't bring up Frankie. I'm sorry. I mean, like, I've had a small scene with Gwen, with Sparks and Pronghorn, and maybe another character, maybe even Alder, I think, may have run into Gwen once or twice, but I realized, unless I'm wrong, y'all, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. I think the last time I had a juicy scene like that with Leah was when she was Frankie. And even then it was like, you know, we didn't get that many scenes together. Towards the end there. Because she was busy with like work and stuff, and usually your characters seem to run into Gwen in passing, yeah. Yeah, seriously, Dean, here's the other thing too. I have to be honest with you guys. That scene between Flick, Leah, and I happened, December 16th? And I'm so glad we watched that because it flipped me the fuck up. I'm like, what? First of all, I want to get back to Guarma and dissect this little blonde woman that I like. I want to find Miss Gwen. I want to find Miss Gwen and I want to peel her back layer by layer. Nom, 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 nom. So what the fuck am I doing here? I'm actually now wondering. I'm now wondering if if Sam didn't go, oh yeah, Mary was obsessed with you for a while to keep me here away from this delightful little blonde sheriff I just met. But that's probably overthinking. PB says that. Delilah doesn't. Delilah's like, oh yeah, that's what I would do. Okay, so that's somebody new that's walking up right now. and engaging with them, but they are wearing a red shirt, which I find pretty interesting. Also, that petite little mist that rounded the corner did not end up coming this way or the other way either. Doesn't that live in your head? Yeah, but like I had this realization the other day. I was talking to Trench about it actually, where I realized that, ooh, here we go. I realized that I have used my PTSD and twisted it, my sort of like overthink that I do with PTSD, and twisted it for her, for Delilah, where it's just like, I get to be like, oh, what's the worst case scenario? And go, oh yeah, that's what I would do, actually. And so she gets to just think like, oh, I just realized you guys have no fucking context for what I'm talking about. So I heard in character yesterday, was it yesterday? Might have been the day before. So we have heard that Hank has a list of people that were involved in the trial, right, on Guarma, and that he's hunting them down one by one. That's what we heard. But the other day I heard Julius told me, he said that Herbie's name was on the list. And that, or any Guarman militia member was on the list. And Delilah immediately was like, I'm going back to the crossing, or I'm going back to Guarma to check on Herbie. And it was so fun because I normally don't have those feelings on Delilah of concern and worry. She doesn't worry. And it'll probably be the death of her one day. That kind of like overconfidence and lack of self-preservation, right? But it was a moment where I was like, oh, fuck no. And I went, I'm immediately going back to Guarma to check on Herbie. And Julius was like, why, he's probably fine. And Delilah's response was, it's what I would do if I were Hank. I would wait until we all came over here. We were all in the crossing, and then I'd go get Herbie and I'd fuck him up because it would be fun. And Jules was like, well, hopefully Hank doesn't think the way that you do. But that was the moment where I went, oh, I use because that's a PTSD thought that I had it. Where as soon as I got the information, I was like, oh my God, motherfucker went to Guarma and purposefully left because what we had heard was he was posting wanted flyers around with everyone's, names on it and stuff. And my immediate PTSD thought was, oh shit, 100%. He has already gone to Guarma. He has kidnapped and tortured Herbie and put the fact that Herbie or any militiaman will do on the bottom of a fucking poster as his warning of like, that's where I'm going to be. I'm going to go get him. Obviously, it's an immediate PTSD thought of like worst case scenario is like Herbie is hurt. But I got to be like, oh, that's cool. I get to use that. I get to use that horrible PTSD thing as a character thing, which is kind of just fun to be able to do. To say, oh yeah, that's what I would do. I would go grab him and fuck him up. And that is why I think the way that I do and not PTSD. Right? Right? God, she looks perpetually bored. I don't know what expression this is, but I'm terrified to fucking change it. Because whatever this one is, it's great. Whatever this fucking expression is. Look at this. Look at this. Dude, we can't ever try anything else. We look so bored. Okay. I think we've been here long enough. Maybe. I'm just sitting here talking to you guys while we people watch. And I guess we could continue doing that, but we could also get money for rent. Ooh. Oh, it's the man in the red shirt again. Huh. Now, the other question is, do you guys want to go into the theater? Are you curious enough to see what's in the fucking theater? There's probably nothing. But I want to go anyway. We are always internally curious. Yeah, I might head over there in a minute. It's too bright. I don't want to stand out in the sun like a fucking lunatic. Check the murder theater? Yeah, I think we will. I think we'll go back to our little... Ooh, hello. Oh. It's too bright, dude. I don't think I would stand out in the full sun like that. I'm trying to get an eye on the theater. There's still a horse there, which I find incredibly interesting. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to get positioned. I think we will go to the theater once the sun goes down. Sorry to make you wait. This is neat because we can watch the sun go set across the wall. I keep thinking I hear footsteps and it's just the song. The amount of tension I have in my body when I play Delilah sometimes, where I'm like, oh my god, why am I so like on full alert? It's not even really like on edge, but it's just this idea of like hyper awareness where I'm listening to every fucking snap and twig and stuff. And then afterwards I'm like, ugh. Come on, son, go down. It's all just paranoia until a cougar eats your face in your own photo studio. It's true, it's true. It's true. So she sent her telegram from here. But, you know, as far as I know, the law don't have like set towns where they are. You know, like where they're stationed, or sometimes they do, but it's pretty rare. So I feel like our best chance of running into her is either by the sheriff's station, which I just wouldn't sit and scope out, you know, like, or the telegram station, which is right over there. Oh. It's our little redhead again. Sort of. Huh. Weird. Interesting. Bait, yeah, I saw that. I was wondering. Hmm. What the fuck? I don't know what that was. Somebody inside the building. Not a voice I recognize, though. I'm super curious about the... I think she knew we were in here and walked right by us deliberately. So that's intriguing to me. I kind of do want to follow her. But also, I'm here waiting for somebody else, so... Oh my god, Vinny. Vinny. I just wanted to say thank you very much for, you know... Delilah is only as weird and scary as everyone else around her makes her, right? So I just wanted to say thank you for your, you know, your reaction that like I've seen a ghost, and like that was just really, really special. So I appreciate that. And also what was super weird about that too is like, oh, of course we get hit with an ad break when I'm speaking of Vinny. God, I'll wait. I'll wait. Oh my gosh. Minerva, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, there's somebody getting in their apartment. Got another minute. Vinny, you'll have to refresh if you're still stuck in ads, and I realize you can't hear me tell you to refresh. angel. I'm free now. I was just saying thanks, Vinny. Because, you know, when you're playing like a villain, you're only as scary as the players around you build you up to be. And I really appreciated the reaction of Indigo last night. That was very kind of you. Very special. And I hope we see each other soon. Hey, if the sun could set, I want to go check out the murder theater. Come on now. Come on now. Oh, the other thing that I was gonna tell you, Vinny, is like the craziest thing about that is that just the other day we watched the part of the scene from a couple years ago when Edgar cut Delilah down and your character was there helping hold her throat together. So I thought that was crazy timing. It was like yesterday or the day before we watched that, and then I ran into you and was like, what the fuck are the odds? I recognized your voice because you were in a conversation with the other person that you were standing there with, and Delilah's not going to interrupt that kind of thing. But I almost did a text emote of like looking at you, but I was walking and I didn't want to do that awkward thing of I'm going to stop walking so that I can type in /me. But again, I really Delilah has played a massive part in Indigo's story, and I can't thank you enough for it. It was an honest reaction, man. No, well, thank you. Either way, that it was very special to me too. Even though Delilah is aloof and I, didn't stay long, I just wanted to say thank you. It was a very special interaction to me. All right, looks like the sun will never set. We are stuck here in this alley for fucking ever, apparently. Hello? Is it like 9 in the morning? Hasn't it been daylight for an hour? God. Oh my God. I knew it was Delilah the moment she walked by. Wow, cool, Vinny. Oh my God. That's part of the reason why I don't change. I always wear the same clothes for the most part. I want people to be able to recognize me, but also I just think Delilah wouldn't give a shit. I don't think she's not really one for disguises unless somebody tells her to, I guess. Unless it's important to somebody else, she'll be like, I look forward to future scenes with Indy. We are stuck here. We're in the middle of stalking someone right now, and we're stuck here until the sun goes down. Not really stuck, but I just can't imagine I would be like, yeah, let's walk around in broad fucking daylight. We were standing there smoking a cigarette, but now it's really bright outside. So I think we'll just sit here for a minute. For a minute longer, my darlings. Yeah, the sun's setting here because it's coming in on the left side. Some of my favorite things to do in this game are just stand against a wall and watch the sun go by. It's ridiculous, but this game's light play is on another level. It's very, very good. As a former photographer for a living, I just like, I can't help but like stop and stare and you know what we should do though? We should double check our conditions because they expire after a while. Perfect. Oh, it's weird that it doesn't say I smell of smoke. Hold on, let's see if we... Huh. Should I add that in manually, you think? I'm sure it's probably fine. The only reason I say that is because I've left a detail right here on the floor. All right, it's getting better. It's not so bright anymore. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Mmm, delicious. Perfect light spill, man. I wonder if gloves affect that. They might. I usually don't wear them on Delilah. But it's winter, and I was like, well, I'm not getting her a fancy coat, so I might as well wear these gloves. Try it real quick. Take our gloves off and smoke a cigarette. We're also actually using the cigarettes, right? Like I would understand if it was just the emote of the cigarettes, but because we used one in our inventory, I would think that it would make you smell like that. But perhaps it only does it if you have your gloves off, which is kind of cool. I'm just going to wait for it to get a little bit darker. Oop, I heard that. What the hell was that? Ooh, it's a redhead. Oh, oh. Oh. No idea what that is. Interesting. And suddenly Dell gets mauled by a cougar. I know, right? Wouldn't that be crazy? Uh-huh. All right, here we go. The sun's coming down. we go. Now we can walk around like a creep, huh? It still feels incredibly bright. I assume that is just the moon. Oh. Those are the people we saw earlier. Hold on. Going into the bank. Ooh, going down an alleyway, are they? Did you see that? It's the two from the bank. Just now. Oh, hello. Uh-huh. That motherfucker just sneezed into his hand. Hmm. Too bad. Oh, you know what? I'll get this, actually. Does this even fucking work? I don't know if it does or not. Ooh, who the fuck is this person walking around in their bare ass feet? Jesus. Do they not have pants on, y'all? This sure shit doesn't look like it. Hmm. Interesting. All right, I'm gonna give it like 10 more minutes, I think. I know that's incredibly long time when it seems like nothing's happening, but Ooh, know what I kind of would do? Absolutely would do. Take a bath. Want to make sure we're all clean for our new play partner, right? Oh my god. My mind went back to what Esteban said in yesterday's stream, which was... Knock, knock. Woohoo. Because he said many things. Many things. Enjoying the vibes. I just realized how creepy that makes me sound, enjoying the stock vibes. I mean, like, you know, I think it's probably fine. I don't think that really that says anything about you other than, you know, you like Dexter and shit, you know, that's all. Don't worry about it too much. You're over. Now who's overthinking? Oh, hi. That would be you, sir. Oh, wrong door. All right, I'm gonna walk by the telegram station and then we'll call it. We've been on for what, 30, 40 minutes walking around? Ample opportunity to be seen, I think. Oh, wait a minute. Who's that? Is that the guy from before? Wait a minute. Who the fuck is that? Am I looking at someone? Yes, this is the guy from before, is it? Huh. I don't think there's anybody here, dudes. There's like 1 or 2 people roaming around. Let's check the medical office, maybe. Yeah, I don't see anyone. I'm also fucking starving to death. I need some food. Oh my god, I love that there are fucking footprints. You can see that I walked up and down here. That's so cool. You can see I was standing right here for a while. Ah! This game is so fucking cool, dude. All right, we got 2 more cigarettes. Okay, there's somebody at the bank again. They look like they've got a cloak. I can't really see them very well. Okay. Honestly, I think the best thing we can either do is be seen by the telegram station or just in one of the alleyways. Like, the only way I think we're gonna run into her is if she, you know, happens to come looking for us, and I think that would be the ideal situation, right? She turns a corner and we're here, rather than us actually stalking her. Oh, okay. Again, that requires us to wait and be patient and just fucking hope that she checks the telegram and isn't completely turned off by my fucking vague as hell telegram, because it was pretty fucking vague. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby girl. Yes. Oh! Oh my God, I creamed myself just now. Is that not her? Shut the fuck up. The fucking luck, bitch. Shut the fuck up. I guess we'll wait here. Oh, fucking Christ. Shut the fuck up, dude. That did not just happen. Tell me that's her. I mean, don't actually tell me, but I think that's her, dude. Oh, fuck. We just be standing outside the telegram station when she leaves? Had I not moved to play with that person in the alleyway, had I not moved to get them to follow me, I would have missed her because she went the other way, right? She didn't go down the main street. Fucking insane serendipity, dude. Holy shit. The question is, will she go out the front door after she's done checking her fucking telegrams? I guess we could be super creeps and walk up to the window there and watch her check her fucking telegrams. But I kind of like the idea that we're just like standing off to the side. I don't even know if she'll recognize me though. That's the thing, right? When's the last time we saw each other? Ages ago now. I think that was fucking her, dude. I'm gonna fucking... No, stop. She's the one for me. Motherfucker, she's leading me into an alley. I'm gonna cream. I'm gonna die, dude. Oh my God, delicious.
Guess I don't have to pull the Jeff out.
Is this where he shot you?
Sorry?
Is this where he shot you?
A little farther up, actually.
Will you show me?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Right about this ways.
Is this where you were or where he was?
Oh, where I was. He was out in the street.
Is it true he's hunting down people at the trial that he willingly participated in?
I think you've heard a good deal about it. Enough to know.
Indeed, I have. You picked up the badge again.
Idle hands.
Hmm. Do you feel the need to be kept busy? Or do you like being kept busy?
I think it's human behavior to seek occupation. I'm no exception. However alien one feels.
Do you feel alien?
Of course.
In what way?
I'm very curious as to, I'm sure you didn't come all the way here just to ask me a couple questions. I'm sure you have alternate business here.
Oh, but I did. Why does that surprise you?
Well, it doesn't necessarily surprise me. It just feels like a waste of time.
You think you're a waste of my time?
I think this thread is your
What?
curiosity.
Thread. Do you think I'm pulling?
Well, I think you're probably a person that's used to a fair bit of anonymity and control within that sphere. I would garner, based on the very little I've been able to garner. So why would you expose yourself is my curiosity more than anything.
Because you interest me. Isn't that enough?
I can't really argue with that as a naturalist. Curiosity is not a crime, but shall we go somewhere to chat that isn't the creepy alley where I was shot?
Lead the way. I have heard that you are a firm believer in La Madre now. Is that true?
I've had experiences in Guarma that I could not quite explain in any other way than her presence and her being, yes.
Like what?
a near-death experience.
Oh. What happened?
Well, I was reckless in my explorations after I suppose we can go upstairs. I was being reckless. It's not advisable in any capacity in Guarma.
Is it advisable in any capacity here?
I suppose not, but it's, I feel like Guarma is doubly dangerous.
Doubly dangerous because of the threat it poses to you, or potentially what you might do when you're there?
I feel like Guarma is a, in the best of times, an unstable government, an unstable place, an unstable island. A wonderful place indeed, but certainly unstable.
It's always felt very stable to me. Perhaps it is you that feels unstable there, not the other way around.
Well, that's the thing. That used to be the case, but after Tom, that just weren't the case no more. I enjoyed my time in Guarma quite a bit, and after this incident, I certainly found myself at ease. See, loneliness can creep up on you in a room full of people just as easily as in your solitary moments.
Do you feel lonely?
Not
Still?
anymore. No, not since. Not truly, anyhow. Nothing to be self-pitying over.
You don't
I
strike
trust
me as the one for pity.
No, certainly not.
Is there anyone you pity?
I feel sorry for people that don't see who they really are half the time.
Do you feel like you have a very good understanding of who you are?
Yeah, I do.
Did you know or suspect how that trial was going to go when you agreed to come and be there and participate?
Not really, actually. That's why I was curious to go. I wanted to see how justice was sorted. And Hank, well, Hank's done a lot of terrible things. From where I come from, terrible things meet terrible consequences. But I do believe in the letter of the law when I'm wearing the badge and respecting a country's laws. So as far as I'm concerned, visiting Guarma is under their laws.
And how do you feel about his reaction now, out of curiosity?
It's exactly what one might expect from someone who doesn't know how dangerous they are. He's an out-of-control dog. If I could, I'd put him down, but I can't, because I'm a law-abiding fucking deputy. And that's not how we serve justice in the crossing. But that doesn't mean I shoot at him whenever I can. In fact, when he wanted to show down with me, I'm the one who hesitated to pull my gun out. I'm the one who hesitated to shoot him down. And meanwhile, he took every chance he could to get a direct hit at me.
Shot you in the back, even.
Yes, he did. 'Cause that's the kind of man Hank is. People like me don't usually fare well in these fights.
People like you, as in law-abiding?
I'm not so sure it's law-abiding as much it is a conscience that has rules and regulations, and I cannot deviate from those rules.
Why?
If I could answer that, I would have saved myself and everybody else what seems to be the trouble, and just go along with the rest of the fish and swim upstream.
And who are the fish, according to you?
A lot of these outlaws who equate freedom with hurting others.
And what is freedom to you?
I think true freedom is living for your fellow man in a way that benefits as many people as possible. And that comes with some real hard decisions. Some people's idea of freedom is just doing what you want whenever you want. Freedom takes sacrifice.
That's a word I hear thrown around a lot. Sacrifice. Usually in relation to freedom. There must be sacrifice so that we can live free the way that we want. So
Yeah,
that
but usually they're
society
talking
can
about
thrive.
sacrificing other people. Most of the time, you have to sacrifice yourself. You have to sacrifice I've given more than my fair share for the law. And I came to the conclusion in the jungle, after Madre spared my life, that I still had some more to do.
And yet you came here?
I know where I'm gonna end up.
We all end up in the same place. Do you intend to go back to Guarma? Or are you referring to the grave?
Maybe both. I feel compelled to go back sometimes on a whim.
Does she call to you?
I'm not sure what I'd call it.
Do you feel indebted to her? Or gratitude?
Just gratitude. I feel like an exchange was made, but that's quite personal.
I appreciate you telling me as much as you have.
Yeah, maybe you could do me a favor.
And?
Well, I'm gonna come digging at some point. I think we both know that's inevitable.
Mm-hmm.
Seen not enough, seen too much. Just know my heart's in the right place.
I look forward to it. Thank you
Well,
for indulging me.
I'll come by for a drink sometime, maybe.
Please do. I should very much like to get to know you better.
Well, be careful what you wish for, Delilah.
Perhaps. Shall I escort you back to the office?
I don't mind.
I think you don't have to be on Guarma to serve La Madre. So whether you felt called here or stayed there doesn't matter. But I am intrigued that you chose the word exchange, because that is how I feel. There was an offer, an exchange, and I took it. But not many describe their relationship with La Madre.
in those words?
Well, I feel like I was underground. Deep underground, and I climbed up out of that grave. That's how it felt. I don't know how else to describe it. There's a lot more to it, but again, certain things are personal.
Maybe we will be close enough for you to share them with me one day. I can be very patient.
I hope your trip back is a safe journey. I know the waters get choppy this time of year.
Thank you.
Do take care.
You too? That was fucking incredible. That was a lovely little first conversation. Holy shit. She was so giving. She was so honest. Holy fuck, man. I was not expecting that. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't that. I was not expecting her to be just so fucking... you know, she was very much like, you know, I expected some hostility, right? Just a tiny bit. Just because that's her reputation. You know, a little bit of some kind of disregard, you know? Again, just because that's her reputation. As being like unimpressed with people, especially criminals and things like that. But yeah, that was, she was so honest. That was so lovely. Fuck, man. That was excellent. If I could have left a thumbprint somehow for her, I would have. If I knew how to purposely like leave a fucking thumbprint on her goddamn pillow, I would have. Now I do kind of listen. Okay? All that talk she said about I respect the way things are done. Here's the thing, as I can't remember what I've streamed and what I haven't streamed yet. You know? Like I've just I don't know if you guys know this thing or not. But I recently have been saying, as Delilah in character, that I kind of want to do something so that I can get arrested. And part of the reason is so that I can get my fucking, I can willingly give her my fingerprints so that we can play another game later. That's what I want to do. I want her to have my fingerprints so that when I fuck around, she knows it's me. There's no doubt in her mind. God, that was so awesome, you guys. She was like, I'm gonna come knock and just know my heart is in the right place. And so I was like, I don't care where your heart is. Hunt me down, bitch. In the best way, in the most loving way. You know what I mean? Damn. That was fun. It was very kind of her. I cannot believe that was her that walked across the street at that moment, at that exact time. Unreal, dude. What are the odds of that? Chase me, yeah. Well, here's the thing, right? Is that I want to give her something to fucking chase. That's the desire that I have right now. Is like, oh, let's give her something fun, you know? And that's not PB speaking. I mean, it is PB speaking. I definitely would love to give Tessara a cool mystery to solve because I think she's great. But Delilah is also like, ooh, I wanna give you something to, you know, to fucking follow, so you have a reason to come and get me, that kind of thing. What kind of breadcrumbs would Delilah leave behind if she did? I'm saying. Oh, well, I mean, I guess it depends on what I'm doing, right? Like I left the cigarette butts kind of around the city this morning as I was there. The one detail I left in that alleyway was 3 cigarette butts with the wrapper. Oh shit, they're gone now. I smoked the last one. But the wrapper was labeled like HUE and then TO. It was like Juego something. So I'll have to actually look that up so that I can get the pack of hand-rolled cigarettes again. So I left a detail that kind of was like, you know, these are the cigarettes that I'm smoking. Anytime I'm like standing somewhere for a while as Delilah, I try to leave the cigarette butt smoke, cigarette butt detail, but I also am acutely aware that anyone could be smoking a cigarette butt, so I try to leave like the labeled version. And Delilah usually is smoking either something from Guarma or something from Van Horn. So it's usually like The cigarette butt would be good. Yeah, I leave those everywhere I go. It's usually like Old Light cigarette butt or, you know, the one that I just had, which was the Fuego one. But the other breadcrumb I leave is usually I have a routine with Delilah because I feel like psychopaths like her really would thrive on a routine of control. So every time she comes to the crossing, I immediately go to Saint Denis and put down a detail that's like money for a luxury bath in the Bastille. And that's just to let people know I'm like, if they want to follow the breadcrumbs of when I'm here, they can do that. And I usually leave it for the full 48. And then obviously, like, I mean, I was pretty intrigued by her.
Hey, you know, I was a private detective.
By her description of Hank as an old dog that she would put down herself but can't because she wears a law badge, right? Like, that was pretty intriguing. And I think if Rabbit had said something like that to Delilah, the hunt is on, dude. She wouldn't fucking stop until she, you know, really tried to find a way to get a body part of Hank's to drop at a doorstep with a fucking bow on it, you know? But I don't think she knows Dalloway that well yet, you know? Like, she doesn't have that desire to be like, ooh, let me give you what you want. You can't do it, but you're asking me to do it, so I'll go and do it. But it didn't feel like that from Dalloway either, right? It felt like Dalloway was just being very honest. But I think what Delilah really, really liked about that, honesty, obviously, but also she said a key word for me, and that was like, I pity people who don't know themselves, which is like our whole shit. So now Delilah's like, okay, well, are you one of those people that, do you truly know yourself? Or are you one of those people that, you know, you think you know yourself, but you don't? So I love details left behind, especially for characters like Coyote that really use and appreciate them. Oh, okay. I was like, Alder? But yes, also, I think it's fucking hilarious that Peppo and I both had a character named fucking Coyote. Ridiculous. Body part with a bow, yeah. Well, so the thing is, right, there's some complex layers happening here. One, we know that Dalloway's husband was brutally tortured and fucking murdered, right? But she doesn't seem to... I mean, that's a very bold statement of, like, she doesn't seem too bothered by that. I mean, obviously she's bothered by it, right? But she doesn't seem, like, hell-bent on revenge. She didn't rejoin... Oh. Did an animal just die? Hello. Remember, we're in Omen country. Oh shit. That's right underneath my horse's foot. Anyway. Sorry, I always have to stop when there's weird, like, omens, on Delilah. Anyway. It's a sign. It always is. It always is. Yeah, no, that was just like, I never expect anything less from Tassara. Obviously, she's like incredibly awesome and I admire the hell out of her. I'm just excited that there was a reason for me to like go and seek her out and try to have a conversation with her, and that she was so giving, you know, like it was, yeah, I definitely want to give her something. I want to give her something to crack open and chase. So means we got to do some stuff. Means we gotta get up to some no good. Yo, unreal. Yep. Idle hands after the Gwen combo. Yeah, it was crazy. Popped in to see what Delilah was up to. Wanted to show love from a Peppo viewer. Oh my god! Gus, thank you so much. I call you all Peppers. I know you don't, but I adore all of the Peppers. You've been so kind and sweet to me. Wait, Gus, can I tell you something? Gus, can I tell you something crazy? Guess what happened to me? Like, I want to say a week or two ago. On Delilah, I got a message from a little bird that showed me a telegram in a box with a bow on it and delivered a message from Edgar. And I lost my little shit. I was so pleased by that. I gasped out loud in character. The audacity. Thanks, Bob. Oh my god, I know, Gus. I know, it's like, because the character said, like, apparently he sent the message with her back in July, but she didn't come looking for Delilah until now. And so I only just got the message, but she was like, he wants you to know that you are in no danger from him. And Del went, that is never the case between the two of us. Ever. And I don't want it to be any other way. Obviously. God damn, yeah. And I was like, I will go to the crossing to talk to him. But, I mean, PB knows that he's, you know, Peppo is balls deep in GTA and not on as Edgar. But Delilah doesn't know that. So she's here hoping that he'll fucking show the fuck up. But we know that's not going to happen. But we were able to have some cool RP with Dalloway here. A detective that may come and play with us, which is fun. Oh, thank you, Gus. God, that's so sweet. Holy shit. I've watched a little bit of his GTA RP with Edgar. It's a very different version of Edgar, which I think is very cool. I gotta be honest though, as a lover of villains, I feel like Edgar in GTA is like a good boy at heart. You know, I feel like he's like, you know, I would root for him. I want to root for him. But the Edgar in Wild RP is a delicious bastard. And as a lover of villains, I will always have a very soft spot for Wild RP Edgar, who would fucking betray everyone. Delicious. God, I'm still digesting that. That was so nice of her. Holy shit. I also love how she was fishing too. You know, she was like, I'm sure you didn't come all the way here for me. You're here for something else, trying to fish and see why I was here. God, she was just excellent. I loved everything. I also loved how bluntly she told me, that's fucking personal, and I don't want to tell you. It's the redhead. It's the redhead. It's the redhead. It's the redhead. Focus. Focus, Delilah. Here's the thing. I am sort of riled up from that conversation with Dalloway. So I do feel like we gotta either have sex or we gotta kill somebody. Bro. We're gonna go have a luxury bath is what we're gonna do. Oh, God. The two options. Well, sorry, I just realized how that sounded. Oh, no, for her, I think like I kind of mingle those two things together. So like if she's, you know, like hyper stimulated, you know, she either wants to be violent or, you know, or violent. Why not both? Yeah, exactly. Sounded like you were about to put up a poll. No ERP on the server, but we know what happened in our brains. We know she was stimulated by that conversation with Dalloway. The promise that I'm going to come knocking. Oh my Lord. Just also the fucking kindness she gave, slow walking so that I could follow her down that alleyway. God, do you know how many players would have just like turned around right away? Oh, Tassara, I love you. Oh, hello. I fucking hate having my horse in town. There's one right there. Oh, I know what, Gus. I watched some of the what was the faceless stuff? Oh my God. I was losing my shit. It was so good. So I have seen some of what he's up to. I'll be honest. I have seen it a little bit. All right, and now I'm getting back in brain for a minute, and then I'll come and talk to you guys in a second. I'm out of fucking cigarettes. Oh, hi.
Yeah. Really not sure. Yeah, I bet you will. You seem pretty smart there, Gruffy. Oh, yeah? I guess so. Right. Yeah, fair enough. It's good to have your own thing you're good at. Then other people are good at the other thing, you make a good team. Something like that. You're getting there. Archie, what is it? Teamwork makes the train work?
Work, is it? I believe that's what it is.
I'm not sure. Is the saying teamwork makes the train work, Archie? I think so. I think it is. Do you have any plans for the rest of your day, Gruffy?
Not particularly, to be honest. Just sort of been wandering around trying to find things to do. I've already got
Fair
a few
enough.
friends. I know Casper, but I don't think he's awake at the moment. And I do know Mr. Malay, but he's gone off on his own little adventure.
Right.
That's about it, really. Otherwise, I'm just spending time with you, if you want to.
Well, like I said, I think I do have other plans coming up here shortly that were pre-planned as of yesterday, so...
Oh, no worries. I don't want to hold you from doing anything fun or nothing.
Oh, not at all.
What is it you're getting up to?
Well, me and a couple friends of mine we had this big plan to do some drinking together.
Oh, brilliant. Is it for the new year, is it?
Yeah, something like that.
I'm sure you'll have a blast.
Yeah, I think it'll be good. But
I think
I'm
so.
sure you won't have any problem at all making some other friends.
Oh, probably not. Well, I don't want to keep you if you want to go to your party.
I appreciate it, Gruffy. This was a great time. I really,
Yes, no bother. All right, it was good to see you.
Yeah, it was good to see you as well, and good to get to know you a bit more. We'll have to do this again sometime.
All right, like that. Just send me a letter anytime.
Yeah, I will do, and same goes for you.
All right, I'll see you around, then you enjoy your party.
All right, you take care of yourself, Gruffy. Stay safe, all right?
I will. I'll do my best to.
Mr. Archie, I appreciate the dinner tonight. It was delicious.
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed.
All right, you take care of yourself now, all right?
Of course, you too. And we'll see you again soon.
See you later.
Looking forward to it.
That was awful. He didn't even invite me to his party.
Well,
That
maybe
means he was
wasn't
hating me. He
allowed
was making
to.
up an excuse just to leave so he didn't have to spend any more time with me.
No.
That's what it was. He doesn't want to see me again. That's what it is. He just wanted to leave because I'm so bloody boring.
You're not boring. Look, I think you just need to take things. If you guys go out again, clearly he's interested.
I'd like to meet a couple of my friends with you. We go out for a drink or that. But he said it was like...
Yeah, man, that was crazy. That was fun. What a crazy fun day. Holy shit. Holy shit. All right, my darlings. My darling doves. Why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? Actually, you know what we haven't seen in a while? You know what I should have done and I didn't do? My bad.
I'm throwing up my hands, opening these arms. Time is sliding down the wall. There is an animal living inside me, gripping my heart, slow me down. The greatest weight that I've ever held, and I can't keep it all. Won't you take it all? Let's go back to when you didn't know me. Yeah, I've come to you as the devil disguised. Yeah, I know I might fall, hidden behind a mask, and I can't show you. Yeah, I've come to you as the devil disguised.
What the actual fuck? That was fucking awesome! Okay, so making murder sexy again since what, 1902? Okay, so here's the deal, y'all. I have actually a bunch of scenes still to show you from Delilah with Meta Monday. Like, I have to show you I don't have to show you the whole thing, but I gotta show you Hank's trial, because this is kind of what started Arc 2, I think, personally. I'm so glad I didn't show it yet. You know what I mean? Like, I think we watched a little bit of it, but I don't know if I highlighted the day that I actually showed you guys the trial and then the conversation with Maynard afterward. But basically, I envisioned the like story arcs as Edgar, that whole bit, and like Rabbit, that whole bit was arc 1, right? And this arc that we're on now starts with Rabbit becoming Sam, Delilah kind of sort of Rabbit and Delilah breaking up a little bit. I mean, I say break up, but they were like, you know, there's no way to describe what the fuck they were except interested in maybe one day killing each other. So they're a little like kind of tension now that they have. And Hank with his trial and Delilah kind of being upset about the weird breakup between her and Rabbit and, you know, doing what she did to Hank. And like this whole bit, you know, like finding out that Edgar sent her fucking telegram. She's now in the crossing, Dalloway, like all this kind of stuff is like kicking off. But I do have a bunch of stuff I'll try to go through this week, and I'll see if I can put it at least up on YouTube so you guys can get a, get an idea of what the fuck has been going on. Cause I've been playing her. I just haven't been streaming her. So yeah, I'll see if I can get that shit together. But in the meantime, I say we go and we raid Tassara, who is, I believe, streaming. But she is the one who played Dalloway today in that scene. But the other people that I would really, 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 really love it if you followed are also Leah, who was in the earlier scene playing Gwen. And then, of course, Flickerclad, who played Sam Rabbit. Thank you so much, Bob. I appreciate that. All right, we're going to go say hello to Tassara. And I adore you all so much. Thank you for hanging out with me and being a creepy stalker today. Man, that paid off, dude. Man, that paid off. Guys, we were creepy for 2 hours. And then there she was, walking to the telegram station. Then she led us down an alleyway. And oh my God. I somebody clipped the moment where I was like, she's the one for me. She's leading me down a fucking dark alleyway. I'm so happy. It's that clip from Mrs. Doubtfire. Honey, I'm so happy. You're leading me down a dark alleyway. Oh God. So good. Okay. We're going now, but I adore you all so very, 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 very much. And I will see you tomorrow. Okay? Thank you for hanging out.